That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
All right.
Hi, David, I have a call for you. I'm just putting it through. All right, mate. Dave here. Listen, I know you've only come in to clean up the place, but I've got a bit caught up, so, you're gonna have to run the news tonight. Now, don't worry, it's not hard, and I'm gonna stay on the phone and help you. First, I'm gonna give you a quick tour of the broadcast room, so if you're not doing it already, look forwards towards all those screens.
Okay.
Right, look up at the top. That coloured bar is your audience. You want to keep the viewers going up and not down. Underneath that, you've got the screens. The one on the right is the broadcast screen. That's what the viewers are seeing at home. It's only a couple of seconds behind the master screen there in the middle. That's the one you control. Now, the four small screens on the left show the different signals coming from the studio, and you can choose between them using the numbered buttons on the vision mixer at the bottom left. Don't worry, I'll talk you through it and you'll pick it up in no time. Now, have a look to your left. These plugs control everything in the studio. I've left them set up for you, so provided you haven't fiddled with them, all you have to do now is throw the master trip switch and we're in business. Once you've got the power on, face the front again. You can see on the broadcast screen that we're in the end titles for the show before us. Fortunately, they go on for fucking ages, so there's plenty of time for me to explain... Oh, right, okay, they're over, so we haven't got long now till the broadcast. Right, quickly, mate, look down under the desk. You can see a load of videotapes on the left. They're your adverts. Pick any three and load them into the machines on the right. When you've done that, look up to the front again.
Come to Bumley. Exercise with ham sleeves. And My Salad Weekly.
You should be getting a signal from the studio soon.
At 9 p.m, sit back and relax with multiple award-winning movie.
When you get the signal, select screen 1 with the vision mixer and we're ready to go.
Prawn and mayonnaise?
You know seafood makes me go out in pustules.
Yeah, I thought it might increase our viewing figures.
Every day. You offer me prawns every day.
10 seconds, everybody. That's how I show love.
You're trying to kill me.
And yet you persist, going
I did turn down the audio when I was testing it.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main story...
But I think that was just the intro that was super loud.
Tonight.
Okay, we're all good. Next is going to be the throw to the news titles on screen 2. There'll be a countdown, but I'll count you in as well. Just relax, mate. It's all gravy.
Buys Honest Andy's Totally Independent and corners the flowered market. Top chat. Sports fans everywhere celebrate as popular footballer Johnny Hamsleeves wins Sports Personality of the Year. And a spoonful of sugar. Meghan will be chatting with movie star Lawrence Blunderclatch about his new movie, Premeditated. And, of course, we'll be going live to Advance headquarters to hear what the leaders of this fledgling party have to say on their historic...
Right, button 2 in 3, 2, 1, now. Lovely, mate. Next thing is to throw back to Jeremy with button 1 when that globe in the middle shrinks down and vanishes. Switch to screen 1. Now, lovely, mate.
But first, the votes are in and it's a decisive win for Advance.
We often get a bit of interference clearance around this time, mate. Keep your eye on the machine at the bottom right. Use that slider that's flashing or your scroll wheel to move the wave up and down, keeping the green bit in the white bit.
But critics have accused him of a severe lack of actual policies and of being deliberately vague. The opposition parties have all conceded defeat to Advance's overwhelming mandate, but have yet to appear publicly. However, former Home Secretary...
Right, it's going well. All you've got to do now is play the advert at the end of the segment. Make sure you don't play it too early or we'll all get fired. Now, the clock at the top is counting you down to the advert. When it reaches 0, press one of the 3 play ad buttons over there at the bottom right. I normally play the first one at the first break and so on, but you can play them in any order you want. I'll count you into it as well, but keep your eye on the clock.
To hear the co-leader's acceptance speech.
And 3, 2, 1, advert.
1 minute back, everybody.
Jeremy, I need you to fill after the ads.
What? Why?
Wanker Snatch is running late.
I thought I'd ask him about the election.
Personally, I wouldn't try to confuse him with any big words.
That's the same policy we use with you.
I thought that was our little secret.
That's all right, he doesn't remember anything I tell him.
I'm deeply uncomfortable with your burgeoning friendship.
Me too.
Yeah.
this summer and experience a holiday that's simply
Wicked. We've made it to the first ad break. You're doing great, mate. But this is where it starts getting a bit trickier. This next sequence is what we call a multicam sequence, because you're going to be cutting between multiple cameras to keep things interesting. A lot of it's down to personal taste, but here's 3 good rules of thumb. 1. Try and keep the shot on whoever is doing the talking.
Yeah.
2. Don't stay on the same shot for too long, 10 seconds at the most. So if you're on the person who's talking, try and throw in the odd reaction shot or pull out to the wide shot for a bit just to keep it interesting. 3. Don't stay on reaction shots for too long. A couple of seconds is usually enough.
Makes
The
sense.
audience want to see who's doing the talking, yeah? Stick to these rules and you'll be fine. It's not as complicated as it sounds. You've seen programs on television, haven't you? Make it look like those. Might as well get screen 1 selected now. No need to wait for the broadcast to start. Try and stay ahead, mate.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio.
Thank you so much.
10 seconds, everybody. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later, we'll be hearing from shock election winners Advance. But first,
Get ready to go to Megan on screen 4.
Yep.
is here with a star of both stage and screen. Megan?
Thank you, Jeremy. Megan Wolf, culture correspondent. And today I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare
Right,
to
go
the
to
shop
Blunderclatch on screen 3 when she says his
Joined
name.
today
Yes.
by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is among
Switch to 2 for the wide now.
May I say, having you here with us is among ours.
Right, now just try and stay on whoever's talking.
Latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, as I said to Peter at the Rat, that's Peter Jensen, the director. Do you know him? He's a wonderful chap, he really is. I've worked with him on several movies, all terribly successful. I said to
Give us a
Peter,
look at Megan's reaction.
what a ride this has been. And do you know what, Megan? I really meant that.
Wow, that is fantastic. And am I right in saying that the character you play in this movie is quite an academic one?
Absolutely right. A scientist.
Was that a challenge at all?
What exactly are you implying? But seriously, yes, you're right. It was a complete departure from my last starring role when I played Sergeant Brock Rockman in Bullet Man. You'll remember that was the true story of one soldier's fight for a love that's
Been on that show a bit long.
a
Yeah,
love, of
I'm gonna
course,
switch.
for freedom. I think it's grossed over $1 billion, but honestly, who's counting?
It's a role that saw you scoop 2 Best Actor awards, if I remember correctly.
It's so sweet of you to mention it, but I really am not in it for the awards, although those 3 little statues do take pride of place on my mantelpiece.
With all the others, I'm sure. So, if you're not doing it for the awards, what is it then that drives you?
That is a beautiful question, Megan, and not easy to answer. Like you, I'm afraid. Cut me, and I will bleed. And often, that's how it feels, doesn't it? doesn't it? Bleeding, doesn't it? Giving, suffering for one's audience. I suppose in the end, I do it for the difference in things. I do it for the people that I inspire.
Remember the 10-second rule.
I am. I'm looking.
But most of all, I think I do it for the positive change that I can bring about in the world.
And today, of course, we're in for some real change, it looks like, in the coming few months. What do you make of this historic election result?
Oh, well. Well, now you're asking. Historic election result. Indeed. Historic is the word. Well, it's difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. But I think I've always been quite clear that when it comes to politics, one should always strive to not fuck things up.
Shit, he swore. Oh, well, don't worry, he won't do it again.
Sorry, I said fuck.
Shit, he did it again. Okay, don't panic. I'll explain how to deal with swearing at the break.
Medicated, which opens next week.
Right, they've swapped the shot of Jeremy on screen 1 for a VT of the movie clip. You'll get a countdown on the screen, but I'd just let Megan cue you in.
My character, Dr. Lance Hemlock, is faced with a decision that could affect humanity's very survival.
Exciting stuff. Let's take a look. Exciting stuff.
Cool, looks like Blunderclash is losing it in the studio, but we ain't got time for that. There's more interference coming. It's a bit trickier this time, mate. Use that little flashing joystick to the left of the knob, or hold down your middle mouse or Alt on your keyboard, and as the frequency changes, match it to the white bit by dragging right. No, mate, drag right. Now we're going to squash the frequency back by dragging left.
No, Lance, we mustn't. Think of Carol.
That's Dr. Lance to you, Miss Flanagan.
It'll do for now. Next, we're going to change the amplitude. Same as last time. Little joystick or hold Alt or middle mouse, and this time push upwards. Upwards, mate, upwards.
But I didn't listen.
Doctor,
I'm drowning.
Oh, middle
Lance,
mouse.
she said.
you need to see this.
Right, now let's match it back by going downwards.
The virus. The sterility. This formula. This is the key.
We can stop it all.
Not bad. You'll get it with practice.
We have to ask ourselves.
At the end of the clip, you'll want to play another ad. Remember to use the clock at the top to count you in.
Yeah.
Right, I guess I better explain how to deal with bleeping out swear words. As you've probably noticed, the broadcast screen, here, is about 2 seconds behind the master screen, here. When someone says a naughty word, the bleep button lights up, like this. 2 seconds later, you'll hear that swear word going out on the broadcast, and you need to hold down the bleep button, or the spacebar on your keyboard, for as long as the swear word lasts. It can take a bit of practice getting used to hearing 2 things at once.
Alright, we hear it here and then
Just
wait
stay
for it to
calm
there.
and you'll
Okay.
get it. And if you can't tell when to bleep, just above the button, you'll literally be able to see the sound scrolling by. All you gotta do is hold it down while the red bit is over the red line. Simple. Of course,
Okay.
if you do it by eye, you'll have to take your eye off the screens. That's why real professionals do it by ear. Most people like to have the volume of the broadcast screen a little bit below the master screen. Let's set it now.
Oh, I see. Like this. Okay.
As you turn it up, you'll hear the advert getting louder. Good. You're set to start censoring. Like I say, it takes a little practice, but I'll try and help you through it, and soon we'll have you bleeping like a pro. Remember, button lights up, count 1, 2, and hold it down. Remember to select screen 1 now that you've got the feed. Don't wait for the broadcast to go live. That's too late. You can use the number buttons on your keyboard, 1 to 4.
Running the country. Seriously?
Tadworth. 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And I'm told we can now go live to Advance Headquarters, where the two leaders, Peter Clement and Julia Salisbury, are about to make their acceptance address.
Oh shit, he's pissed. Get ready to bleep.
Go for it, Pat.
Shall I start? Okay. Well, Thank you all for coming, and well, thank you all. Where do I start? Well, what a day!
They said we couldn't do it.
They certainly did.
They used every dirty, low-down, lying southern bastard trick they had against us. But you, the people, you saw right through their shit.
I'm sorry about the language there.
Sorry about that. I've had a couple of celebratory pints.
Okay, there's definitely a lot going on for sure.
Memorably put.
Okay, I didn't even hear it. Thankfully, got that little.
Who can blame Peter for
So I gotta like wait the 10 seconds while also paying attention to this. Yeah. Okay.
are not a political party.
I don't even know it's been 10 seconds and
Things are going well. That is what you have.
it's
When the country
spitballing.
is suffering, you don't need a party. You need a team. A team that can change things. A team that can change. But today is day one of a new future. A better, fairer future. So perhaps we should all be celebrating.
Except for the rich. For them, the party's over. They shouldn't be celebrating. They should be putting their shitting pants on and opening their dusty checkbooks.
Again, colourfully put. Again, not inaccurate. But before we came out here to address the nation, we used our executive powers
To switch the head, that little bloop reminded me.
Working with the tax office, we have produced a definitive list of every person in the country with wealth into the millions.
You know this sort of problem. You rather you don't. Because the likes of you and me are not welcome in their gated community.
Tomorrow we will be introducing a sweeping reform of the tax system in this country. No more hiding wealth offshore, no more trust funds or creative accounting. A simpler, fairer, unavoidable set of tax laws.
So all you bastard public school snobs have got nowhere to hide. I've got nowhere today. Hide. We revoked your passport. We revoked your passport. You want them back? You want to leave like you threatened before the election. That's fine. But first, you're going to pay first. You're going to pay it back.
Advance are going to turn this country from a nation of warring individuals into a team. To properly fund health and education. To raise the living standards of us all.
The pundits said we'd have to raise billions. But you'll see when we've reclaimed what's ours, that's absolute ferret shite. So to you,
What a reaction shot there.
The people who pay your pittance to serve them drinks in their private clubs.
Yeah, I double pressed.
You raise.
So they've got time to get even fucking richer.
Advance have this to say to you. Advance have this to say to you. We are coming for your sports cars and your mansions and your vineyards.
It ends today.
We will put the wealth of this country back where it should have always been. In the hands of the people who created it. In the hands of the people
reaction.
who created it.
Today.
Yes. It ends today. It ends and tomorrow we'll start making it fair again. Just like we promised we would.
And until then, ladies and gents, I suggest we all get pissed.
I can't argue with that. Thank you for your time.
Well, interesting acceptance speech there from the leaders of Advance. And our apologies for the fruity language. Hopefully we got that bleeped out for you in time. If not, someone's going to be in trouble. So, as the country braces itself for new government, that's all from us this evening at the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow with full coverage of the first day under Advance. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful Jeremy Donaldson. Have a...
Right, looks like you've got it now. Thanks for all the help, mate. I've got to go. Ferry's about to leave. Probably won't be coming back. Job's yours, mate. Good luck.
With this exquisite limited
All right.
edition,
So it'll be hard for me to talk throughout this as I'm doing everything, but at least you guys get to enjoy this shit, whereas I can't get to hear half of it.
week by week, and very soon you'll have a salad.
When the program's finished, you'll get a broadcast report. It's 3 pages. This first page shows you how well the broadcast went. Each sequence and an overall grade. Remember, grades mean bonuses, and they keep the boss happy. If you want to know more about how it went, select more info. If not, select continue to move to the next page.
No, I double pressed bleep once, but then the other time he said, oh, only bleep the one word, and I did, but apparently I didn't think so.
They're a fickle fucking bunch. And of course, you can really drill into the details if you want to get better at making TV. I never came here, never once.
I don't think I didn't hear what he just said.
Right, this is the important page. But you don't own any fucking shares. You're a cleaner, for God's sake, so why would you care?
Okay.
This is the last page, and it tells you the state of the world, tells you how well the government's doing, and down the bottom there, this one's important, tells you what Channel 1 currently thinks of you. In other words, what the boss thinks. Alright, mate, welcome to the archive. This is where you can have a quick look back at what you've done and how it looked to the public. There's 3 sections: broadcast, rushes, and adverts.
So you can watch it back, that's cool.
Broadcast. Click on it now. Over on the left, that's all the broadcasts that you've done. Click on any one of them and hit load tape. Once it's finished loading, you can use the rewind and the fast forward at the bottom there to help you get to the bit you want to see.
Well, in a few moments, we'll be going live to tonight's National Nightly News.
But before that, let's take a look at what's coming up later. On up, the election win that experts said just couldn't happen.
Interview. We don't watch any of this, but I just want to see the interview cuts.
I have a guest who starred in everything from Shakespeare to the Shotbot films. I'm very excited to be joined today by none other than Lawrence Blunderclatch. Thank you so much for coming on.
Oh, my dear, I do hope you believe me when I tell you that being with you here today is among the greatest joys of my life.
May I say, having you here with us is among ours.
Bless you.
So you've just finished filming your latest movie, which is called The Medicated.
The Medicated, yes.
Wow, what was that like?
Well, as I said to Peter at the Wrap, that's Peter Jensen, the director. Do you know him? He's a wonderful chap, he really is.
Looks good.
Click on rushes and let's have a look at those. Right, this is the rushes room. It's pretty simple. The 4 screens you can see, they're going to show you the 4 signals you got from the studio during the actual broadcast. Difference is you can mute any combination of them so you can have a listen to the stuff you weren't allowed to show. Select the broadcast and give it a go. And when you're done listening to the backstage secrets, hit back.
This is gonna be like the newscaster talking about the interview while the interview's going on, I'm guessing.
These aren't my cards. Please tell me these aren't my cards.
No, they're the right ones, apparently.
Oh, but this gives me nothing, Jenny. They must see that.
I know. I think they think you won't have anything to say.
Oh, for God's sake, come on. It's a huge day. It's not an...
Absolute bonehead. I don't care, Rob. I'm not doing it. I agreed to do 1 beastly interview a day. I made that completely clear when we started.
That's always so loud.
Hi, I'm Megan.
Oh, piss off. You're on thin bloody ice, Rob. Whole wheat, man. Whole wheat.
We're coming back from the break. Quiet in the studio.
Thank you so much.
10 seconds, everybody. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Later we'll be hearing...
All right. Arrive home. Piece of mail. Team wants you to know. Form the new advanced government. Asking for information on all citizens. Oh shit. Okay. So I am Alex. Spouse is Sam. Children Charles and Susie. On starting a new job, you would... be friendly and introduce yourself to new coworkers. Colleague in a different department has confined you that have been taking home confidential information. File of minor importance has gone missing. I'll report the violation. The entire department was fired today for consistent underperformance. Bosses put in place new targets that are significantly higher. You would? Well, I mean, if the whole fucking department was fired, like, I'm not gonna stay by myself. I'm leaving on time. Annual company barbecue, you and your family have been invited. I'll go if I'm free, but I wouldn't mind missing it. A long, successful career, now about to retire. In your speech, you... list your achievements and all the good memories you had. In your spare time, you... I'm an adult. I encourage and support my children with their hobbies. Ideal holiday getaway would be... romantic getaway with your partner to a tropical island paradise. Most important, that the government keeps people happy. Ooh. Or free. Or equal. Oh god. I say happy. Okay. It's late, Sam kids are going to bed, just drying up. Favorite coffee cup, souvenir from your first trip, prints faded out, makes you smile. Knock on the window. In the garden, clutching a gaudy neon green suitcase is Chris, Sam's sibling. As soon as you let them in, sit at the table, they're stressed, takes a deep breath. So sorry for bursting in so late, but I need a favor, you're the only one I can ask. Are you okay? Should I get Sam? No, no need to worry, Sam. It's you I came to see. I just need 2 minutes. Heard about the Assets and Wealth Act? Well, yeah, I literally work in the news. Fist bangs the table. It's total bullshit. Taking whatever they want, distributing it as they see fit. No government should have that kind of power. Can't believe they're actually gonna get away with it. Madness, which is why I need your help. Why do I get the feeling I'm not gonna like this? His eyes seem to rest comfortably on the floor tiles. Look, I know it's a lot to ask, but I need to borrow your passport. I can't give you that, that's illegal. They've taken mine in half the bloody country, but people always say you and I look similar, so... He starts pacing. I need to leave before it's too late. Once I'm out, me and my money will be safe. But I need to go now before they freeze my accounts. Please, Alex. I wouldn't ask if I had another choice. Oof, I'm sorry, man, but I got a wife and kids. There has to be another way. Can't be that serious. Mouth falls open. You're joking, right? I've always done right by you and Sam. Treated your family like my own. We're family. Does it mean nothing to you? Yeah, but it's against the law, man. I can't help you. Fine, I'll solve it myself, he spits. So much for family loyalty. Grabbing the neon fluorescent suitcase, Chris disappears to the night. Go back to dishes, picking up Sam's cup. Peeling face now seems to bore into you. It's a knot in your stomach. Fallout, okay. Uh-oh.
So I can get back to my guests. First of all, let's get the power on. You need to get at least the bottom 4 plugs on.
Oh, not the fan right now?
Right, let's load up the adverts. You might want to have a bit of a think about it. Your decisions have consequences, don't they?
Mr. Snugglechugs might not be safe. We can't click on it anyway. Alright. Crazy Neil, Joe de Cajon, I don't know, and Alan James.
Right, you can see they finally got the old headline system up and working again, and the vision mixer's already in headline mode because headlines always come at the start. It's really simple, mate. These two buttons at the bottom of the vision mixer, you can see they now have A and B on them, and they'll help you pick image A on the left bottom screen here, or image B on the right bottom screen here. It's really simple. This little clock here will count down the number of seconds you have to make your decision. Provided you make a decision in that time, you're fine. And you can change your mind as much as you want until the clock reaches zero. But if you don't make any decision, you'll be fired before you even get to make another choice. I just want to say one more thing, mate. The pictures you choose to show of these people, well, that's how the public is going to perceive them, and that's going to affect their lives. So, like with the adverts, choose carefully.
No,
and we're off. Good luck, mate. If I get time, I'll call you back in the next break. Yeah, I'm coming, darling.
My friend Janet says theirs gets really hot.
Is this Janet who thinks dogs have their own secret language?
Yeah, the one that mistrusts the moon.
10 seconds, everybody.
Not the best source of consumer advice, then.
Don't blame me when it explodes. Going in 5, 4,
Before all that,
3.
it's time to go over to Jeremy Donaldson for tonight's National
Good
Night
evening.
News.
I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
Good
Our
evening.
main headlines
I'm Jeremy
tonight. Destination unknown. At the end of Advance's first full week in office, we ask exactly who's leading this charge. Tonight, I'll be discussing what the new future may hold with a leading economist and radical freethinker. With the country's wealth creators in a state of panic and unfavourable rumblings already heard from overseas. I'll be asking my guests whether Advance can deliver on even a fraction of their manifesto promises. Out with the old Remington's fist have appointed Sophia Remington as their new CEO. The following photo, taken from our archive, gives us a sense of this influential young firebrand who, at the tender age of 23, becomes the youngest female CEO in history. Sophia Remington has always impressed. She was top of her class at university and graduated with the highest honours, immediately being asked back to lecture. The markets have responded favourably to Sophia's appointment. The stock's rising 30 points in light of the announcement. In her first press conference this afternoon, Sophia announced a children's toy named Mr. Snodgrass.
Oh, that's this thing.
Sophia
Okay.
promises it'll be all the rage this Christmas, but concerns have been raised about the product's safety, making a splash. Intrepid scientist Dr. David Wong and marine biologist Ingrid Swarsborg and Morgansford have today set off to explore Dante's taint. The recently discovered cave system was previously thought unreachable, but thanks to
Why would we show them like fighting?
the pair hope to
I don't
successfully
know. I was waiting to hear something that'll make them want to fight, but like, no, I don't see any reason to show the fighting ones.
This is, of course, only the latest in a series of successful expeditions for this unlikely pairing. In a joint statement about the dangers their team might face, the pair stated, "We will face the plentiful challenges together, like we always have. Playing the field." Rumours about the sporting legend Johnny Hamsleeves is snapped leaving Bush, one of the capital's hottest clubs.
To have him
The
throwing
footballer
up.
was caught while out celebrating being named Sports Personality of the Year last week, as reported by this very programme. And judging from the angle and velocity of that spray, it looks like Johnny may have been celebrating a little bit too much. I certainly
little
wouldn't
drama.
want to be his dry cleaner. I certainly wouldn't want to be his dry cleaner. And grievous bodily charm. And with Advance promising a radical new position on crime, how afraid should we actually be? I'll be going live around the country to talk with people who've seen the criminal justice system from
Guess we'll go good.
with more and more powers passing to the police, and less oversight. Are we using an advanced-shaped sledgehammer to crack a nut? All that, and Megan Wolf for the group
It
of
was
young
really good,
actors
but, you know.
already experiencing the positive side of the new Assets and Wealth Act firsthand. They'll be talking and performing later. That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
That beeping. What am I missing? Oh my god. Oh yeah, a lot going on.
In the wake of the government's swift enactment of the Assets and Wealth Act, we're talking about Advance's first week in office and what the new future holds. Joining me are Katie Brightman, a leading economist, and Alan James, author of Alan James is right. The Free Man's Guide to Waking Up. The Free Man's Guide to Waking Up. The government certainly haven't dragged their heels on delivering some of the legislation they promised. But what does the Wealth Act mean for us?
Nothing, Jeremy. We're still vassal slaves. We're just in prettier cages.
A confident dismissal there. Katie Brightman, do you agree?
I'm afraid I don't. No. I think that advance have realised that the current economic system of unlimited, unending growth is untenable, so they're changing things up.
There I agree with you. They're moving to the next steps in the grand plan. They're moving to the next steps in the
Grand plan, Alan.
It's all in my book. Alan James is right,
It's all in my book.
Jeremy.
Alan James
We're to become the great herd. Ignorant, sterile, and short-lived. That's what they want.
Or perhaps advance have just realised that if we carry on the way we are, we will destroy ourselves and this planet in a mad orgy of consumption, if you'll excuse the colourful metaphor.
Yes, orgy is the right word. Yes. Only it'll be the overlords having an orgy on our poor broken backs. It's all in my book. Alan James is
shamelessly self-promoting. Katie, how do you think the rest of the world will respond to this new approach?
I think they're watching carefully. Advance are the most disruptive threat that the world powers have faced since the last Great War.
Yes, Katie's right. War is inevitable.
Thank you, but that isn't.
And this will not be a war like we've ever seen before. We're talking millions of deaths. We're talking high-tech weapons that can level entire cities. We're talking
out of the wrong orifices.
Mock me all you like, Jeremy, but when they murder your parents and they poison your food and they take you away to their camps for hypno-brainwashing, we'll be laughing then.
That might be a great way to sell books, Alan, but you know full well that isn't going to happen in a democracy.
Democracy is dead.
Yes, advance are radical, and change is always frightening, but the truth is that the Wealth and Assets Act has made more than 90% of the population wealthier and is on target to produce a permanent end to poverty.
Bollocks! What this young lady doesn't
Way too early.
Jeremy, is that these are the same people. Maybe they've rebranded, but it's all a little circus act to keep us from seeing the tyrant behind the curtain.
That's where you're wrong, Alan. For a start, they've mobilised the youth vote like we've never seen before.
You say mobilise, I call it grooming. The grooming of an entire generation to walk happily into eternal bondage. They're like psychic paedophiles.
But based on the facts, Katie, what are your thoughts?
Okay, so
the Assets and Wealth Act is only the first step.
that's not a censor.
Advance now have a historic budgetary surplus, and as well as properly funding our public services, they're already funding unprecedented amounts into scientific research in the arts.
Or, as I call them in my book, Frankenscience and opiates. Frankenscience and opiates. Like opiates. See?
Can we get back to the issue at hand, please, Alan?
This is the issue. It's all coming from the water, the chemicals. They're pumping it full of belief juice.
Don't get me wrong, I want to see these changes, but only if they're sustainable. If Advance lose their power after spending half of our GDP on dismantling infrastructure, that could be catastrophic.
The catastrophe is that they're succeeding. They've got us sat here talking about their puppet show.
All right, we're running out of time. Quickly, Alan. What does the future look like to you, Alan?
A bleak space where we've all been figuratively sodomized into submission.
Katie,
we might be on the eve of a brave new world. God knows we need some change, but we need to be cautious. Let's walk forwards with our eyes open.
Two very different visions of the future there. Alan James, Katie Brightman, thank you for joining me. When we come back, I'll be investigating Law and Order before Meghan meets some beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act. That's all coming up tonight on the National Nightly News.
1 minute back.
You know,
Okay.
I think I might do some crazy
I hope so too, Jeremy.
How much are you being paid by them men?
Shut the fuck up, Alan. I've never heard so much shit in my life.
Well, we'll see who's full of shit, won't we?
Alan, I can explain it to you, but unfortunately I can't understand it fully.
You've run out of things to dress up and you want your house to
I don't know what she meant by that.
has hit it, then we've got the ornaments for you. You want something like...
How is that so bad?
Crazy deal. This is a clear out of the store.
I bleeped a little early, but that was it. Oh, and I missed this too a little bit, but like there's no way to drop it down to an E. It's fucking insane.
Welcome back. In our second segment, we're going to be taking a deep dive into the state of law and order in our country. Advance have already tasked what they are calling a solutions team to move this serious social problem to the top of the list. Tonight, we go behind the headlines to meet the people who live with the criminal justice system every day of their lives. First up, we have Gregory Judge, a lawyer who sees the problems close up on the front line. Can you hear me, Gregory? Can you hear me,
Yes,
Gregory?
I've got you, Jeremy. Thanks for having me. Yes, I've got
What's
you,
it like on
Jeremy.
the front line of the hard face of the cold hand of justice?
Well, as you can imagine, Jeremy, we are massively understaffed in this country. We're working every hour we can just to try and cope with the caseloads on our desks.
Which must affect the quality of support you can offer.
We can barely keep up with demand, Jeremy. There simply isn't enough being done at a systemic level to relieve the problem. We need more support from ministers.
Lady just standing in the background.
We need change at a structural level, Jeremy. At a structural level,
Time,
darling.
It never is it?
Time, darling.
I'll be at my mother's. It never is it?
Just hang on. Just hang on. The problem isn't a local one, Jeremy. It's nationwide. Just, Jeremy, it's nationwide.
I'm talking to Jeremy Thomas. Oh, have you mentioned your affairs?
No.
Oh, have you mentioned your
Well,
affairs?
the affairs of the Justice Department that we should be concerned about.
Hello, Mr. Donaldson.
Hello, Mrs. Judge.
Hello, Mr. Donaldson.
Hello, Mrs. Judge.
We need legislation to relieve the pressure on our
Reaction chat, but he's not reacting.
Mr. Donaldson. Can I have a moment to tell my husband I'm leaving? Can I have a moment to
Yes,
tell my
I
husband I'm leaving?
totally understand. Yes, quite the picture of a burdened legal sector there. Quite the picture of a burdened legal sector. Thank you for joining us, Gregory Judge. Thank you. Next, I'm joined by Police Chief Constable Bob Peel, a man with a very different perspective on our nation's crime. Do you think there's a problem with the system, Bob? Do you think there's a problem?
I'm sure we
with the
all
system,
do,
Bob?
Jeremy. I'm sure we all long for a return to the days when you could safely walk the streets of your community at night, looking in through windows and generally enjoying your neighbours without the risk of being terrorised by some thug with a knife or cop.
So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore? So you feel the streets simply aren't safe anymore?
Well, that's not a simple question, Jeremy, but I think it all comes down to moral decay. We've diluted our culture and lost touch with what it means to be a citizen of this once great country. Also, as the vicar noted in Sunday's sermon, we probably shouldn't have banned hanging.
And to what do you attribute this moral decay?
Foreigners, gays and gypsies mainly. It's all in the Bible. Look, Leviticus clearly states that... hang on a moment. Jeremy, your bloody gimp's escaped. Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear? Delia, could you give me a little help, please, dear?
What did I miss there?
As I was saying, Jesus didn't like immigrants much, did he?
And just to be clear, you think it's
Guessing it was a censor?
responsible for the moral decay?
Absolutely, Jeremy. Back in your box, Clive. Back in your box. Delia, I really could use a little help with this.
Oh, sorry, darling, I was spaying the badgers.
Yes, I'm talking to Jeremy Donaldson. Clive, could you put him back to Jeremy Donaldson? Clive, could you put him back?
Wednesday. I'm going back in your gibbet space.
And whose responsibility is it to make a change, Bob?
Well, it is certainly not the responsibility of the decent, good, white people.
Darling, where's the padlock?
Hold on just a moment.
Where's the padlock?
Hold on just a moment.
Clive, this simply won't do. Naughty boy. Mummy said
Clive, I am not having this again. Clive, I am not having this again.
Reaction chat.
As I was saying, Jeremy, moral decay. Crime is the responsibility of the criminal. No one else. Look, everyone has a sob story, but we don't all end up as barbarians, do we? Look, when our daughter Alice comes home with an A-, does she go on a killing spree? No, she takes 3 of the pills and hides under the stairs like a normal child.
Thank you, Bob. Bob Peel there. Thank you, Bob. We're locking down the police's position on morality force. And finally tonight, hopefully uninterrupted, it's time to get to the heart of the matter. It's time to get Tony Dawson has recently been released from prison after serving 3 years for aggravated assault, burglary, and menacing a swap. He's agreed to talk to us today, which is also, I believe, his birthday. Many happy returns, Tony. Many happy returns, Tony.
Call me Titwank, Tony. Everybody else does. Call me
No, I'm not going to be doing that. Can you tell us what it's like in
Alright,
prison,
that's a
Tony?
British curse word, I guess.
Titwank. Prison's a mixed bag. Structure's quite nice, but it's a constant battle against institutionalisation, as you can imagine. And obviously, Titwank's quite hard to come by.
I'm picking up that you're not alone there, Tony.
Yeah, sorry, my friends are throwing me a surprise party. Yeah, sorry, my friends are throwing me a surprise party.
Okay, well, we're trying to get back to that party as soon as possible. First, let me ask you this. Do you feel that your time spent in prison helped to rehabilitate you in any way, Tony?
Titwank, Tony! I don't think it's as easy as that, Jez.
Wait, it seems like tit is fine as wank, specifically. Which, I mean, I know wank, but obviously tit beat too, but no.
Since leaving custody, have you been able to find a new job?
Yeah, all the boys are here. Big Chris, Little Chris, Big Chris, and Vampire Chris. Little Chris, and Vampire Chris.
This one's, yeah?
Yep.
One sec,
This
love.
one's, yeah?
Chipmunks on the news. One sec, love. Rehabilitation's difficult
What was that
with the current system.
beep about?
Just not set up for it, you know? It's inherently unjust, you know?
That's because it was slightly longer?
So, do you feel tempted to... I'm sorry, who's this now?
You are joking. Chrissy Free Bollocks has only got Mr. Fancy, oh. Only got Mr. Fancy, oh. Not now, fellas, I'm on the news. Not now, fellas, I'm on the news.
It seems like we've caught you at a bad time. It seems like we've caught you at a bad time.
Oh, I can't really hear you, mate. It's getting a bit busy here. It's getting a bit busy here.
Yes, we seem to be losing the signal there, Tony. Seem to be losing the signal. Well, we're just trying to get that signal back. I think we get that signal back. Tony, I mean, we're literally waiting for 2 seconds. How does this happen, Tony? Can you hear me? Well, we seem to have lost our train of thought there, Ricky. Hopefully you, the viewer at home, have managed to gain a broader understanding of the serious and complex issues around law and order. After the break, Megan will be live with some plucky young thespians. Don't go away. We'll be back. Don't go away after these messages. We'll be back after these messages.
Oh shit, I hit the wrong fucking...
Well, piss off.
Mate, I ain't got long and I'm quite drunk. It's been a great night. In this next section, there's a bit of music. If you edit in time with
Okay, that was an A. That was worse than previous segments. How was the last one E and this is an A?
don't worry if you don't know. You won't get punished for it or nothing. Just try and stay in the groove. Also, one last tip. When the music starts, turn down the broadcast volume. Right, enjoy the music bit. God, I love music. God, I'm so...
What am I supposed to be doing? I'm doing music down, but then...
7 out of 10
Okay.
dentists would recommend it. 10 seconds, everybody.
Judica Open on Megan. Camera 2.
we said so.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome's Black. I'm Megan Wolfe. And
Welcome
on
Black.
tonight's Culture Spot, I'll be chatting with one of the first beneficiaries of the Assets and Wealth Act, a team of inspiring young people from Scritchford Sixth Form College who today received a grant from Advance to take their play, Hey, Friendship, on a tour of local secondary schools. Welcome to you all. Well, let's start with you two, Harriet and Charlotte Winstanley Hamilton. Girls, you must be thrilled.
We are, Megan. We're overwhelmed, to be honest.
And I believe you two are sisters, is that right?
Yes, Charlotte's my oldest. I'm the older, more popular one.
Harriet and Trey were really the ones who came up with the whole idea.
Harry and I were shooting the breeze in the cafeteria, and I said, hey, let's actually do something.
So I went to look for a drama teacher.
But she'd been laid off due to budget cuts. Fortunately, I directed a pantomime when I was at university, so I knew the ropes, as it were.
Right, yes, but you're the maths teacher, aren't you?
Yes, that's me, Jeff Algebra, maths teacher.
Maths is really important.
Oh, thanks, Steve.
Maths is really important.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
As is theatre. It's one of the oldest art forms in history. Aristotle. I just think that when we travel around all these problem schools and the poor kids see us, they say, hey, I really want to be like those attractive kids. And that's a very beautiful and powerful thing. We touch our audiences and they touch us right back.
I suppose with a surname like Algebra, there was really only one choice of career for me. My wife, Angela, and I, we often laugh about it.
Angela Algebra.
Yes.
Angela Algebra.
Yes.
We just want to bring a bit of song and joy into people's lives.
And teach people about the difficult issues. The issues in the play are what really matter.
And I think you're going to be showing us an extract from this play, aren't you?
That's right.
From this
Put into context. That's right. I play a young first year who's having some troubles at school.
Her character doesn't actually have a name, because in a way she's like all of us. She's like
it's like a metaphor. It's like maybe she's you at home, or like maybe she's you, Megan.
Maths is really important. Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Put it in, coach.
Yes, thanks, Steve.
Put it in, coach.
Right, well, I'm going to have a little chat with your teacher while you run off and get ready. I can't wait to see you run off and get ready. I can't wait to see it. That's it, that way. That's it, that way. So, Jeff,
I mean, I did that on purpose because I wanted like to cut, show them leaving.
a letter
I guess that was not good.
Now, the headmaster thought it was all a prank, but his secretary retrieved it from his bin and brought it to me.
How did you react?
I also threw it in the bin.
How did you react?
But then Harriet and Trey rescued it, and they rang the number at the bottom of the page.
So I have to do that. There's no 10-second like cut off here, so I have to just leave it running. I thought I wanted to cut to them for a second, but apparently not.
It's funny because Angela and I don't usually vote. We're not very political. I'm a mathematician, of course, and she's a paraplegic mainly. But we did used to watch that Peter Clements DIY show back in the day, and so we thought, why not? Let's have a go with this whole democracy thing. Let's have a go. And here we ballywell are.
Good stuff.
I just don't know what that buzz was about.
Let's have a look at a short section of
Another double press by accident.
of Hey, friendship.
Dear Diary, I'm not sure I can take another day at this school. Another day of tears.
Tears.
Another day of fears. But still I walk the corridors alone.
Alone.
Dreading what might be around every corner.
What's around the corner? What's around the corner? What's around the corner?
Oh, hi Gary.
Oh heavens no! It's Gary the Fist! Gary the Fist!
Going somewhere, little first year?
Great. I've been looking for some poor victim to bully all morning. But will this make me feel better about my violent father?
Violent father.
Excuse me, I'm late for maths. It's my favourite subject. And so important.
Maths is for losers.
What?
Maths is for losers.
My arm's stuck, coach.
Keep going, for fuck's sake.
Right.
Way
maths
too
is for
early.
losers.
God damn it.
Now, give me your lunch money.
Double lunch for me today, but why am I only truly happy when I'm eating?
Not today, Gary the Fist.
What do you mean not today? Who are you? Oh, my arm's free, coach.
Brilliant, keep going.
Right. Who are you to stand up to me? I'm Gary the Fist. And you're just a sad little girl with two gay dads who's all alone.
That's where you're wrong, Gary the Fist. These are my two new friends. Vanessa is captain of the netball team.
Yeah.
And Blake owns a motorbike.
Yeah.
But I can't fight all three of you, and I don't have any friends of my own.
Take a look at me. Take a little look at my face. I could be you. She could be you. And you could be me.
Or you could be me.
Life can be peachy keen if you work as a team.
It's my choice to be mean. So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Hey, listen up, I won't take no crap. Who said middle class girls can't rap? I ain't afraid of your cruel lads. I'm a mother loving rebel, but I still love maths.
Hey, kids, I'm Gary the Fist. People think that folks like me probably shouldn't exist, but that's just prejudice, and I'd do better if you knew the way that I became Gary the Fist. I grew up on a council estate. The park was hip, but the flats weren't great. My dad used to come home drunk and late, and he'd hit my mum if for dinner he had to wait. Where's my dinner?
It's not ready.
Where's my dinner, woman?
Go.
Don't make me ask you again.
Hitting women is wrong.
I guess life's pretty hard on a council estate. 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 It's so damn hard on a council estate.
Life can be peachy keen.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
If you work as a team.
Just work as a team.
It's your choice to be me.
It's my choice.
So stop now, make a different choice.
Listen to that inner voice.
Friendship!
Yes! Oh, oh, oh.
Well, thankfully that's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. Join us tomorrow night.
Okay, I don't even know where we're at. Are we at C or at C?
My name's Jeremy Donaldson. Have a peaceful night.
And we're out.
Oh, that was brilliant.
What
Okay.
little fuck was that?
I believe that was art.
I believe I've got a 14-inch cock, but don't make it so.
I have a similar belief about adequate paycheck.
Oh, someone please get these twats out of my studio.
So I still know what the first segment was E. That makes sense that was a C. This one doesn't make any sense. I don't know how that was so bad. So this must have been when I didn't realize the frequency was fucking up. I didn't think it lasted too long, but apparently. They said it was an interference-free show, though. Played one advert too late, that also happened, yeah. I got my full wages, though. A little bit with these text segments here. Fuck. Windows are hiding it. Here we go. Instead of me reading it, what the hell? Why did this just open other shit? What the fuck was this? Alright, see if this works.
You arrive home after another long shift to find a note waiting for you on the countertop. You recognize Sam's hurried scrawl. Chris has been evicted for not paying rent.
I know where this is headed.
Sam's gone to pick up Chris' stuff from the street. Don't wait up. Underlined twice. So this is your fault now, is it? You sulkily press play on the cheap horror film you were going to watch together. It used to absolutely terrify you as a kid, but always makes the two of you laugh.
Not the same without Sam, but still chuckle.
Just as you get to the good bit, the part where Candy decides to investigate alone, your 14-year-old son interrupts. He wants to go to a friend's house. He looks at you in a way only a child can, pleading but somehow defiant.
14. Alright, fine. As long as you're home by 11.
Clearly surprised, he practically races out the door. You doze in front of the movie, waiting up for his return. You start awake to the sound of TV static. It's gone midnight, and there's no sign of Charlie or Sam.
I mean, he's an hour late. To school nightly promise. I'll go over there and march him home.
Arriving at the friend's house, you find your son, who miraculously notices the time when he sees you. He may think you were born yesterday, but at least he apologizes. That's something.
Okay, so I gave him leeway, and he broke the trust, so I had to go grab him. You recognize that cheeky, mischievous look. Can't help but let him off the hook this time.
You can't help but crack a smile as you look around the table. The snow has settled on the grass outside. The kids are pulling a cracker while your elderly mother tries to keep her eyes open. You did always have a soft spot for Christmas.
You're sitting at the head of the table now, your dad's place.
It's been a tense afternoon. Everyone can feel it. It's the first time you've seen Chris since you refused to with. It's a big change for Sam. The two siblings used to be inseparable.
Oh, I skipped some stuff there. Christmas is usually such a nice time of year.
The clatter of cutlery is all that can be heard as Chris stares pointedly at you.
You having a nice Christmas, Grandma?
Your mother stares vacantly at you, confused. She comes back to herself with a start of recognition. Yes, thank you, Alex, it's lovely. She murmurs, it's been happening more and more lately. The clatter of cutlery is all that can be heard as Chris stares pointedly at you.
Make a toast.
You stand and raise your glass. Merry Christmas, everyone! I'm glad we're all here. There are murmurs of cheers and much clinking of glasses. Chris doesn't move. Yeah, we're all here. No thanks to you, Chris, sighs Sam. Come on now, it's Christmas. Can't we put that behind us?
Sam's right. Let's try and enjoy ourselves.
Chris turns away from you, taking some frustration out on a cheap cut of roast chicken. Your daughter, Susie, seizes the opportunity to comber you. You know how you love me. You chuckle. This sounds familiar. I'm not going to like this, ML? You joke.
ML?
Susie rolls her eyes. You know me and my friends are planning on going traveling this year? Susie begins innocently. Well, I was hoping you'd help me with the money. She's interrupted by Chris, who makes a derisive snort. Belle, wouldn't hold your breath, Susie. Not known for your generosity, are you, Alex?
Ignoring Chris, you smile at your daughter.
We'll see so many parts of the world and learn so much about other cultures. Susie gushes, you sigh and lower your voice. You know money is really tight now that Grandma's staying here. We just don't have that kind of money, Susie. But please, Harriet's parents are helping her.
Fine, we'll find a way to make it work.
Sam interrupts. Sorry, were you going to consult me on this, or were you going to just carry on pretending I don't exist? You feel your cheeks flush red and turn away so Chris can't see. You know you haven't been the most attentive lately. But this rebuke still seems harsh. Sam exhales and seems to brighten. But luckily for I agree. This is a great opportunity, and I'm sure we can find the money somewhere. Sam isn't looking at you. Charlie excuses himself awkwardly as you start to clear the plates in silence. Have you had a nice birthday, Pat? Your mother chimes in cheerfully, Merry fucking Christmas.
Hey, click on it. Supposed to fade out, I guess. No? I can't. Nothing's working. There we go. The alt tab out.
You're leafing through the pile of accumulated posts. Each new bill pulls on your gut like a lead weight until a flash of blue makes you pause. Recognizing the teal Advance logo on the envelope, you tear it. Dear Winston residents, thank you for sending us your passports for approval. We can now confirm their receipt and validation for the new assets and wealth redemption scheme. Hopefully this will make the last month of arguments with Sam worth it. As such, it's our pleasure to enclose a check which we hope you will see as a symbol, not only of our gratitude to you, but of our unwavering commitment to creating a society free of inequality. The throbbing of your fresh, speed-induced paper cut is the only reason you can believe you're awake. A check. And a sizable one at that. Chris was right. Advance really are redistributing wealth. We will continue to strive for the betterment of this nation and its people. Forwards, together, Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. The weight of your financial burdens lessens slightly. It's bliss. Why does the zip on this damn case never close? It's your anniversary. Every year you and Sam go away for the weekend. Usually camping, you're not made of money. You've been looking forward to it for ages, finally getting some time alone together where you can forget about the noise of life. No kids, no work, just a bit of romance and some peace and quiet. The zip finally gives up the battle and you drag the bulging suitcase down the stairs. The swearing machine is blinking on the hall table. Good evening, Alex. This is Mr. Boseman. I'm calling to inform you that you will be required to work this weekend. Your heart sinks. Some information has come to light concerning the rising tensions between our nation and foreign powers, and the National Nightly News team will be working around the clock to ensure we break the story first. Needless to say, I will expect your attendance tomorrow morning. Bam Shark. Have a pleasant evening, Alex. Shock turns to annoyance and then fury. What are you going to tell Sam? Sam comes downstairs, brimming with excitement, kissing you. They grab the car keys from the dish and start to load your bags into the back.
Apologize profusely to your spouse, but you really should get into work. Your husband's temper's legendary.
You sigh heavily. You're going to go, aren't you? The voice behind you makes you whip round. You nod simply. Of course you are. It's too much to expect for you to put your family first for once. God forbid. I don't know why I bother, Alex, I really don't. And with that, Sam's gone. The front door swings slightly in the silence.
Well, I'm paying for this with my job.
Your son, Charlie, hovers at your elbow as you read. Do you find yourself striving to achieve? Are you an active member of the team? Do you like reaping the benefits of cooperation? Join the Advanced Go-Getters today. Forwards together. This doesn't sound like the youth club he told you about. Charlie grabs the flyer from you and thrusts a form into your hand. So I can walk there straight from school in Benz. Ister can drop us home, you won't have to do anything.
So this is Advance is the government. So working as, you know, a junior government type of thing. I'll let him go.
Your son is thrilled. It's heartwarming to see him so passionate about becoming an active part of the community. This can only be a good thing.
I mean, obviously we know the illusions they keep making with all this stuff, but, you know, playing the role, not playing, like, what's the best option.
After a particularly long day at work, you come home to find the post sorted into piles. As Sam has taken to doing recently, most of it is the usual letter with the increasingly familiar Advance logo and urgent, respond immediately. Plastered on the front in a correspondingly urgent red font grabs your attention. Best to get it over with. Dear Winston residents, this letter is to inform you that the Advance government has taken another step forwards in our fight for equality by nationalizing the largest private corporations and redistributing their resources among the citizens of this great country. The Partnership Bonds program ensures that wealth created by the people is delivered to the people. You don't remember this being in the manifesto.
So I think my character's now starting to see some problems with the government.
Every household will become a partner in one of 3 carefully selected institutions, chosen by Advance for consistent high performance and financial security. Please note, all returns are based on public opinion and cannot be guaranteed. Please select one of the following.
Eye of the Beholder, which is beauty stuff. Neil's Deals Limited, Always a Steal of Crazy Neil, or Pleasure Core. Sport to travel, to even some you time. Let's do Pleasure Core.
Thank you for making your selection. Please return this form using the envelope provided. You will receive a report from your partnerships in 3 to 6 working months. It seems even Advance can't defeat the quagmire of governmental bureaucracy. The future of this nation is in partnership, forwards, together, Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. Just how much influence could you have?
Uh-oh.
You step out of your old car in silence. Sam slams the door and you wince, hoping the door won't come off its hinges. You don't say anything. Now's not the time. As you approach the front desk, you feel physically sick. The police officer asks you to wait. Eventually, after what seems like an eternity, your daughter is brought out by an officer with a kind face. She's a good kid, but if we pick her up for graffiti again, we will have to charge her. You nod and apologize on Susie's behalf as Sam hugs your shell-shocked daughter. As you shake her hand, the officer lowers her voice. Keep her away from that boy and I think she'll be fine. In the car you attempt to broach the subject but Susie refuses to say a word. After a while you give up your questions about who this boy might be and just drive. Hours later, you stare at the ceiling, worrying. The stillness in the bedroom is the only sign that Sam is also wide awake. Who is Susie hanging out with? Why is she acting out? Neither of you are going to sleep tonight.
I feel like we're going to eventually be able to, like, you know, try and influence people to invest in the corporation, and we can pick the one that we chose or whatever. But I'm going to pick what's right.
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here, your boss.
Oh.
While you're powering up and getting the adverts loaded, I thought I should just tell you that we've had one of those public information films from the government, and it's mandatory that you play it. You still have a free choice for the other two, so read those tape labels carefully. But make sure you play the advance advert, preferably at the second break. Right, that's the lot. Have a great show, Total Pimp. My God, that weather looks nasty.
Oh, how's it going with Steve?
The joy of screws and check your prostate.
No. Sorry, are you saying he chose his imaginary friend in the sky?
Why is it dark out?
Why I talk to you.
It's night. Oh, because it's storming. Okay,
10
makes sense.
seconds, everybody. Like I said, all of you.
Did your personality accidentally slip out?
Pricks. Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan
I'm
Wolf.
Jeremy Donaldson.
Our main story tonight.
Uncooperative. A mysterious symbol has appeared overnight on thousands of buildings throughout the capital.
Tonight, in an exclusive live interview with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, I'll be asking what this mysterious symbol means.
After 3 months of record-breaking approval ratings, could this be the daring first move of a silent resistance movement? And what would that mean as we go into the future?
We shall overcome. Trapped in Dante's taint for more than a month now, Doctors Ingrid Sporsborg and Horgensvoord and David Wong announced today that they're considering two possible options.
With two of the finest minds in science working together, hopes are still high for the eventual return of the team to dry land.
Without enough engineers to successfully fix their craft, the team seem likely to attempt to farm the cabin's ecosystem while they wait for rescue from above ground. I think I'll stick to risotto, Jeremy. I think I'll stick to risotto.
LaBeouf avoided. As the last Mr. Snugglehogs is found and destroyed, we ask, how could we have been so blind?
Fortunately, this station wisely chose not to advertise Mr. Snugglehugs, and the subsequent disappointing sales turned out to be a miracle, as only 7 children were horribly injured by the lethal toy. How much worse could it have been? Thankfully, we'll never know.
Questions have been raised about the government's judgment, with Prime Minister Peter Clement forced to apologise this morning for seeming to endorse the self-combusting plaything in this publicity shot taken last Christmas. Let's hope his knees recover quickly.
Fallen Angel, notorious addict Johnny Hamsley seems to have reached a new low in his battle with booze, as this recent picture reveals.
Johnny's star certainly lacks its former glow these days, with public concern over his mental and physical health growing at an alarming rate.
Since being banned from the national squad earlier this year after urinating on a referee during a friendly against East Grinchly, things seem to have gone from bad to worse for Hamsley.
Is his once celebrated role model about to become the bad boy of sport?
And onwards and upwards. In an attempt to put the Mr. Snugglehugs disaster behind them, Remington's Fist CEO Sophia Remington today announced a brand new product that already has the markets buzzing with interest.
This groundbreaking product came as quite a shock when it was revealed earlier today.
First male contraceptive.
The young CEO can fulfill her
Fuck it.
promise.
Described as a breakthrough far ahead of its time, the male contraceptive pill is heralding a
sexual revolution. Its fans are celebrating the fact that men can finally take equal responsibility for contraception. But others have expressed concerns over its safety and side effects.
With that exclusive Prime Ministerial interview coming up later.
And our very own Patrick Bannon live at the first annual Sports Board final.
You won't want to miss a second of tonight's
National Nightly News. National Nightly News. But first tonight, while Advance is certainly proving popular with the majority of the country, who've seen their wealth and standards of living increase considerably, for some, the transition has not been as pleasant.
That's right, Megan. The formerly aristocratic members of our society have had to make major adjustments to come to terms with the new regime.
Robin Short is in suburbia investigating rumours that these previously privileged people may be planning some kind of protest. Robin?
Thanks, Megan. I'm here in Moderate Hatchings to talk to Wentworth and Penelope Somerset Bentley, who were relocated to the house you see behind me after Advance passed the Assets and Wealth Act on their first day in office. Tell me, how are you settling into your new life?
I know at some point they're gonna make me do this while also centering.
Settling in at all. Our neighbours are whitewatters.
Simply untenable. I hope you'll forgive my language, but it's as steaming as a Wednesday hatch basket with too much steaming as a Wednesday hatch basket with too much.
Sorry, Robin, my sister's under a lot of.
And see, was that spanking that was bleeped? There's no way.
My goodness, that must have been quite a shock.
She really struggles with women's, Robin. She really struggles.
Well, at least you've been rehoused in a nice big house.
Big house? This grubby little gaddis spatch only has one deck.
Oh god, British curse words.
Dining room in the same bloody place. Imagine that. Having all one's grub in one womb. One womb, Robin.
So what would you say to the people that feel that your family has had it far too easy, far too long, and that these redistributions are both fair and just?
I hardly think we've had it easy for fussle's sake. Only one of our swimming pools was even heated.
But realistically, what can you do?
Wow, you've asked the right bloody question, Robin.
Thank you, Wentworth. I wasn't the youngest ever editor of the Swinstead Middle School Enquirer for no reason.
I think our toilet butler was from Swinstead. I think our toilet butler was from Swinstead. I wonder what happened to him. Daddy's like you shoot him in the buttocks and you don't know what to do.
Oh god. I just happened to look over and see that it was red.
Tragic, but what can you do?
Because I cannot listen to anything they're fucking saying.
We wage war on our revolting rulers with righteous words and rebellious writings. Our best guess in our quest for redress is to divest our breasts and undress bare chests, protest our breasts and undress bare chests, protest.
Daddy! Daddy!
Daddy! Please don't do that. We can't show this on the news. Please don't do that. We can't show this on the news.
I am supposed to show this. See, this is where like logically you would cut away, but video game wise they want me to stay on it. So, all right, because I've done this like 2 or 3 times and they yelled at me for it. So now I know just keep it on.
See, the protest has started already. Nice sharp work, boy. He gets that from me, you know.
And forgive me, what are you trying to achieve here?
We just want to be thudding well heard. That's all.
Language, Penelope. We are you, not Ruth. We are
Daddy.
We want the world to realise we won't roll over and run away. We will revolt. We will rise
Probably curse there. The fuck? Oh, is he shooting people or?
Well, Jeremy, Megan,
I think he shot someone by accident because I looked up and I saw he had a gun.
I'm Robin in short, struggling surreptitiously in moderate hatchings.
Thanks, Robin. Well, that's certainly a story we want to be keeping an eye on, eh, Megan?
Speak for yourself there, Jeremy, but I've seen enough sharp work to last me a lifetime.
I'm sure you have. But can a naked protest movement ever really catch on? It doesn't seem like the way we do things in this country.
But as I'm sure you're aware, Jeremy, this country is becoming a very different place. This country is becoming a very different place.
Who's going to run around naked in our weather? Who's going to run around
not you, Jeremy.
Yes, well, there wouldn't be enough canvas for the slogans.
When we come back, our very own Patrick Bannon will be live from the Sports Board Finals. Stick around, you won't want to miss it.
We'll be back
Stick around, you won't
after
want to
these
miss it.
messages. We'll be back.
1 minute back.
Oh, sorry, I'm busting.
From the iconic A2 stainless steel posi drive wood screw.
Okay.
M1 2mm slotted countersunk screw.
Mistakes here and there.
Into a world of sticky fixings. Start collecting today and celebrate the nation's most well-known and best-known pieces of hardware with your copy of the Joy
That in case.
We're getting reports in that naked protesters might try and spoil the sports board final by waving their fleshy bits about. Try and make sure you don't broadcast it.
Okay, see now.
6
There you
p.m.
go.
For God's sake. No one
Yeah.
wants to see fannies on the news.
Well.
out. 25 3mm finishing pin. Oh, the cast iron hexagonal fixing screw, and many more. Every week, alongside your ironmongery, you'll get this in-depth companion magazine, charting the highs and lows of DIY history. From the Canterbury nut shortage to the socket screw riots of '29, this detailed guide will bring to life some of your favourite metalworking moments. Start your collection today, and we'll send you the first 8 editions with no postage or packing. That's
Who we
right,
cutting to?
no postage, no packing.
Oh wait, this is the countdown for that. That's right. I was looking at this, not that.
That's what it says.
Yes, I understand that, but I always say
Sounds like who's gonna start.
It was just keep it as it is.
Well, of course you do. I've got one hack line.
That's supposed to mean I didn't write it, Jeremy.
That's all right, fine. Jenny, there's nothing wrong with the auto cue.
10 seconds.
Stop the drip again. Have they not fixed it?
Want to see us fry? Good for the ratings.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. Coming up later, we'll be speaking to the Prime Ministers about their exciting new healthcare facilities, transition centres.
Nice to see they care.
You're absolutely
Nice
right,
to see
Jeremy.
they care.
But first, we're going now to our own Patrick Bannon, who's reporting live from the finals of the new game that's gripping the nation, Sports Board. Patrick?
That's right, Megan. You joined me live here for the final of the first annual Sports Board Championship. It's been a hotly contested competition so far. I think it's fair to say these two have been dancing around each other all season. First up, we have Eddie Striker. She's the more experienced of our two players today. Striker has got an accuracy of 7, a danger rating of K, and a 12-month driving ban. Striker's known for her signature move, the Orangi hamster, and facing her tonight, hoping to prove himself with a career record of 12 out, 14 finishes, and a divorce pending. It's Mr. Wingspan himself, Tommy, the fingernail Harris. Just waiting on the ref now. The slapping ceremony is taking part. Still going on. Striker go first. Striker, of course, first to start as she won the trivia round earlier on by some margin. Harris, perhaps the brawn and not the brain. Stupid. Eddie Striker. Nice start there from Striker. She's determined not to let the nerves show. Not up to last time. On to Mr. Harris now. Tommy. Using his arm to pick up the ball. Not a bad shot there from Harris. Back to Striker. For shots number 3. All right. She's gone to sort of throwing under her legs. Not bad if you're off me. To Harris. Bit of business with the ref.
I have no idea what I'm cutting to here.
But it got sorted out. Back to Harris now. A ball in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Football, move back.
I'd say that's fair, but what do I know? Oh no, and Harris is not going to be happy with that. So it's really not a good start there for Tommy Harris in round 1. We can only hope that round 2 treats him a bit better. But first, of course, after the argument with the ref section, it's time to change ends. Now we have the ceremonial changing of the ends. And of course, now they go back to the starting positions, as that makes sense. Striker giving it large. Second round, striker giving it large. Harris wins a round 2 now with Harris. Okay, we seem to have some sort of streak on the pitch. Sometimes we broadcast any of that.
Yeah, actually a little bit.
She appears to have slogans across her breasts and arse. Try and ignore all of that. Security, I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible. Apologise if we broadcast any of that. As I said, we're going to get the situation resolved as soon as possible. They're trying to carry on play, but it's proving a bit difficult, and I'm struggling to follow because it's quite an eyesore, and women's bodies, it's quite an eyesore. All right, great. Okay, so back into round 2 now, and Harris absolutely determined to close that massive gap. Steady striker. No, it's just some of the tightest play I've seen ever. Harris. And was that the fitted thumb screw? We haven't seen that since the heat. What a brilliant move. Back to striker. And we know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, the ground sound. Excellent bit of play here on both sides of the bucket.
Classic British sports.
I don't know about you at home, but I'm finding the technical mastery in this play here absolutely blooming jaw-dropping. The ref has spotted something in Harris's neck or head. And Harris is having an absolute shot. What a miserable start for Tommy Harris. But he is a late bloomer, of course, for his and after all, he is a game of 2 halves. 4 rounds and 7 sub-games. But now, of course, it's time for the half-time show. Sponsored by Remington Smith. On my whistle. Nice piece of music here to start the half-time show. Okay, another pass protest loose on the court here. We can only apologise for that.
Oh God.
To shield you from having to look directly at it. Is running around here with his genitals on display for all to see. And ruining what was shaping up to be quite the dance interlude there. Now he's thrusting himself in Harris's face, securing himself and the bucket has been knocked over. I cannot stand it when the bucket gets knocked over. Hopefully he'll get taken out now. Genitals flying around for all to see. Really, if you ask me, not Sunday morning television.
Really cut to him because he's showing everything.
Taken away, never to be seen again.
Ballboy cannot be in the final pose.
And a lovely finish there on both sides of the bucket. I wouldn't like to call that one. And as we head into round 3, I'd love to know what's going on in these 2 players' heads. But unfortunately, because of science, we can't. Thank you. Not bad. So that ball boy's giving me the eye all day. Striker there, not a great start. She looks a bit flustered, I think, after all that swinging around. Back to Harris here. God, what I wouldn't give to be that ball, I'm all right, ladies. Tommy Harris. And it dribbled down his arm, which is actually a really good move, because of course if it dribbles down his arm and goes on the floor, it's not going in the bucket. Back to striker. And striker's gone for the animal bonus there, but of course perhaps yes, Harris has counted with a tiny bell. That is wonderful play. Of course we've seen that before. Look at her face. She is absolutely gutted. What a mug. That could have been the clincher. What a massive shame. Harris to serve now. Harris, of course, undefeated by Kestrel. He's not
Thunder.
Tommy Harris. That's all right. Not bad there. He threw it quite far away from him, which is quite a good idea. Very clever there. Perhaps a little contact, a caution from the referee. Who's being, if you ask me, a little bit harsh. Ellie Striker. And she's let the nerves get to her. What the hell was that? You hate to see it, don't you? You cannot believe it. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, like, I mean, this is a mess now. I don't know what I can be doing about this. I mean, it's sort of breasts and genitals for all to see. I mean, there's only so much we can do.
Let's switch to something.
They'll try and carry on. The players are trying to carry on, but of course it's difficult because these protesters are hoping we can get them taken off soon so we can carry on with the match.
Ah, fuck. I even hear it.
Yes, very good. Take them away. Bloody wasters. Absolute wasters. Oh, jog on. It's an absolute bloody... Okay, and now we're going to go into the final round. And of course, as it's a Tuesday, the final round is a mime round. Who could believe it? Who could believe it? Nice imaginary shot there from Harris. It really could go in at this point. Really high level play here from two absolute juggernauts of the sport. Hold. The bucket getting moved back to its proper place. About time if you ask me. She's juggling it around from her hands. And she's put it in her mouth like as if it was an egg. And now she's spat it out. She did the egg spit. So a wonderful move there, quite late on from Striker. But she's in it to win it. On it, like a car bonnet. On it, like a car bonnet. Tommy Harris here, having a bit of beef. And he's peeling it as if it were a banana, which is an interesting move. I'm not sure if he hasn't had his potassium or what's going on today with And he's throwing it, and the banana is the ball! What a fantastic move there from Harris! Unfortunately, that is the end. What a pathetic, there we go, Jeremy, that is over. How can he look his 8-year-old son in the face tonight? What a lump! We just have to wait for the referee now to announce it to make sure it is all official.
Contestants in, please. Contestants in, please. And the winner of the first annual of the Sports Board Championship is everyone!
Okay, the ref has agreed once again a win for everyone, including me as my 15th win in the Sports Board Championship. I'm going to be celebrating tonight with my wife and children. Another wonderful victory for me. Here come the on-site security to collect their medals. They're 6th and 7th respectively.
Oh shit.
Watching the Sports Board Championship.
Oh no. Oh. Uh-oh. Electrocute yourself. Oh. So I wasn't supposed to click anything after the first thing. Okay. Let's do the whole thing over again. That whole segment. Alright. God damn it. More fucking British sports. God damn Brits.
Well, that's what it says.
Yes, I understand that, but I always say welcome back.
I think we should just keep it as it is.
Well, of course you do. I've got one hack.
There's one curse. I don't know. It's one of the naked segments. I don't know when.
Jenny, there's something wrong with the auto cue.
10 seconds.
Oh, I just felt a drip again. Have they not fixed this?
Want to see us fry? It's good for the ratings.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. Coming up later, we'll be speaking to the Prime Ministers about their exciting new healthcare facilities, transition centres.
Nice to see they care.
You're absolutely right, Jeremy. But first, we're going now to our own Patrick Bannon, who's reporting live from the finals of the new game that's gripping the nation, Sports Board. Patrick?
That's right, Megan. You join me live here from the final of the first annual Sports Board Championship. It's been a hotly contested competition so far. I think it's fair to say these two have been dancing around each other all season. First up, we have Ellie Striker. She's the more experienced of our two players today. Striker has got an accuracy of 7, a danger rating of K, and a 12-month driving ban. Striker's known for her signature move, the Orangi Hamster. And facing her tonight, hoping to prove himself with a career record of 12 outs, 14 finishes, and a divorce pending, it's Mr. Wingspan himself, Tommy, the Fingernail Harris. Just waiting on the ref now. The
that was
slapping
perfect.
ceremony is taking part. Still going on.
Striker go first.
Striker, of course, first to start as she won the trivia round earlier on by some margin.
D-Robe.
Harris, perhaps the brawn and not the brain. Stupid. Ellie Striker. Nice start there from Striker. She's determined not to let the nerves show.
That's all right.
Not after last time. On to Mr. Harris now. Tommy. Using his arm to pick up the ball. Not a bad shot there from Harris. Back to Striker for shots number 3. All right. She's gone to sort of throwing it under her legs. Not bad, if you ask me.
Is there contact? Don't know why you're complaining. To Harris.
Bit of business with the ref, but it got sorted out. Back to Harris now. A ball in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Football. Move back.
I'd say that's fair, but what do I know? Oh no, and Harris is not going to be happy with that. So really not a good start there for Tommy Harris in round 1. We can only hope that round 2 treats him a bit better. But first, of course, after the argument with the ref section, it's time to change ends. Now we have the ceremonial changing of the ends. And of course, now they go back to the starting positions, as that makes sense. Striker giving it large.
Second round, Double. Harris.
Wins round 2 now with Harris. Okay, we seem to have some sort of streaker on the pitch. I apologise if we broadcast any of that stuff. She appears to have slogans across her breasts and arse. Try and ignore all of that. Security, I'm sure we're going to take them out as soon as possible. Apologise if we broadcast any of that. As I said, we're going to get the situation resolved as soon as possible. They're trying to carry on play, but it's proving a bit difficult, and I'm struggling to follow.
But what am I being
it's quite
beeped
nice
for?
And women's bodies, yeah. All right, great. Okay, so back into round 2 now, and Harris absolutely determined to close that massive gap. Steady striker. No, it's just some of the tightest play I've seen ever. Harris. And was that the fitted thumb screw? We haven't seen that since the Heats. What a brilliant move. Back to striker. And we know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. That is, of course, the ground sound. Excellent bit of play here on both sides of the bucket. I don't know about you at home, but I'm finding the technical mastering display here absolutely blooming jaw-dropping. The ref has spotted something in Harris's neck or head. And Harris is having an absolute shocker. What a miserable start there for Tommy Harris. But he is a late bloomer, of course, I've always said that. And after all, it is a game of 2 halves. 4 rounds and 7 subgenres. But now, of course, it's time for the half-time show. Sponsored by Remington's Fish.
On my whistle, on my whistle.
Must be some music here to start the half-time show. Okay, another posh protester loose on the court here. We can only apologise for that. We'll do our best to shield you from having to look directly at it. Is running around here with his genitals on display for all to see. And ruining what was shaping up to be quite the dance interlude there. Now he's thrusting himself in Harris's face. Security's on it. And the bucket has been knocked over. I cannot stand it when the bucket gets knocked over. Hopefully he'll get taken out now. Genitals flying around for all to see. Really, if you ask me, not Sunday morning television. And out of there, hopefully taken away, never to be seen again.
Final poses. Ball boy cannot be in the final pose.
And a lovely finish there on both sides of the bucket. I wouldn't like to call that one. And as we head into round 3, I'd love to know what's going on in these 2 players' heads. But unfortunately, because of science, we can't.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Not bad. So that ball boy's giving me the eye all day. I don't know what's going on there. Striker there, not a great start. She looks a bit flustered, I think, after all that swinging around. Back to Harris here. God, what I wouldn't give to be that ball. I'm all right, ladies. Tommy Harris. And it dribbled down his arm, which is actually a really good move, because, of course, if it dribbles down his arm and goes on the floor, it's not going in the bucket. Back to striker. And striker's gone for the animal bonus there, but of course, perhaps... And yes, Harris has counted with a tiny bell. That is wonderful play. Of course, we've seen that before. Look at her face. She is absolutely gutted. What a mud. That could have been the clincher. What a massive shame.
Harris receives possession now.
Harris to serve now. Harris, of course, undefeated by Kestrel in his last 4 bouts. So, here we go. Tommy Harris. That's all right. Not bad there. He threw it quite far away from him, which is quite a good idea. Very clever there. Perhaps a little contact, a caution from the referee, who's being, if you ask me, a little bit harsh. Ellie Striker. And she's let the nerves get to her. What the hell was that? You hate to see it, don't you? You cannot believe it. Oh, for God's sake. Okay, like, I mean, this is a mess now. I don't know what I can be doing about this. I mean, sort of breasts and genitals.
This is where we got eccentric at some point.
I mean, there's only so much I can do. They're sort of everywhere, aren't they? All right, I'll try and carry on. The players are trying to carry on, but of course it's difficult because these protesters hopefully we can get them taken off soon so we can carry on with the match. Nonsense is going on here. Yes.
We want our money.
Yes, very good. Take them away. Bloody wasters, absolute wasters. Oh, jog on!
This is the mime round.
It's an absolute bloody... Okay, and now we're going to go into the final round. And of course, as it's a Tuesday, the final round is a mime round. Who could believe it? Nice imaginary shot there from Harris. It really could go in there at this point. Really high-level play here from two absolute juggernauts of the sport. Hold. The bucket getting moved back to its proper place. About time, if you ask me. She's juggling it around from her hands. Interesting. And she's put it in her mouth like as if it was an egg. And now she's and she spat it out. She did the egg spit. So a wonderful move there, quite late on.
Illegal spit.
From Striker. But she's in it to win it.
Harris's ball.
On it like a car bonnet. Tommy Harris here, having a bit of beef. And he's peeling it as if it were a banana, which is an interesting move. Not sure if he hasn't had his potassium or what's going on today with Harris. And he's trying to have the banana was the ball. What a fantastic move there from Harris. Unfortunately, that is the end. What a pathetic. There we go, Jeremy. That is over. How can he look his 8-year-old son in the face tonight? What a lump. We just have to wait for the referee now to announce it to make sure it is all official.
Contestants in, please. And the winner of the first annual Sports Board Championship is...
Everyone! Okay, the ref has agreed once again a win for everyone, including me as my 15th win in the Sports Board Championship. I'm going to be celebrating tonight with my wife and children. Another wonderful victory for me. Here come the on-site security to collect their medals, their 6 and 7 respectively.
I don't click on anything.
And thanks again for watching the Sports Board Championships. What more is there to say? I'm Patrick Bannon.
Oh, I can only click on the one that's not shocked. I see. Okay, I didn't see that last time.
Back to you in the studio.
Patrick Bannon had an extraordinary final.
Historic sports board, Jeremy.
I didn't know you were a fan.
Oh, yeah, I can wrench a doubler with the best of them, I'll have you know.
I certainly wouldn't bet against you.
When we come back, I'll be talking live with Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement, who apparently have a big announcement you wouldn't want to miss.
That's coming up after these messages.
1 minute back.
Fucking microphone shocked me.
What?
Fucking microphone just shocked me.
Okay.
Where's that sound guy?
Everything okay?
Oh, the mics are just trying to kill us now, apparently.
You'll be fine. You're unshockable.
I'm immune to your cheap flattery.
I'm wearing you down.
Postman again. Just heard from the chaps in
Not bad.
maintenance that this storm is causing the odd power surge, and some of your controls might be a bit dangerous. Now, I know you're tough, and you can take the odd shock for the sake of a perfect news broadcast, but too many in quick succession can stop the old ticker.
Okay.
I'm sure you'll make the right decisions. Postman out.
Oh, can't censor.
Seem to have sprung a
Uh-oh.
leak. Well, several, actually.
You're going to need a whole new lining up there. Triple C.
Minister, it's so good to see you again.
Miss Wolfe, your star seems to be in the ascendant.
It's a great time to be alive.
Too bloody right. Peter Clement.
Megan Wolfe.
My, but that's a firm handshake.
Supposed to have one. Makes more sense.
Am I here?
Here, with Mr. Clement on your left.
Right you are, pet.
And her, him, both.
10 seconds, everybody.
No, mine's 5. Have you had a little accident?
Cheeky cow.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. I am delighted to be joined by Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement. Welcome to the National Nightly News, Prime Ministers.
Oh, please, it's just Julia and Peter.
We don't believe much in titles. It doesn't seem very advanced.
We're delighted to be here.
Well, firstly, I should ask how you feel about the graffiti that's been springing up across the capital. Should we be worried?
Oh, no, you definitely shouldn't be worried.
Well, not unless you've got a fatal paint allergy anyway.
But yes, it does seem that there are still some people we haven't been able to help.
You know, whinges.
People who've yet to benefit from the many advantages of the new future.
And you know, Megan, as my old mum used to say, there are some pissants who just don't know how to be happy.
We're working hard to reach these people, find out what they're angry about and how we can help. The door to my government is always open.
So much dripping on me.
But we didn't come here to talk about what may yet turn out to be some alternative arts project.
Which we no doubt will have funded.
When we want to talk to the nation about something far more exciting.
Yes, your office briefed us that you have an announcement to make, but they were being surprisingly secretive about it.
Let me ask you a question, Megan.
Oh, okay, it's not usually how it works, but...
What scares you? I mean, really scares you?
It's death, Pet. She's talking about death.
We're all afraid of our deaths. It's part of being human.
Sorry, are you saying that Advance have cured death?
That'll be a vote winner. Yep, that was definitely a drop there.
But while we may not have cured death, we hope we found a way to make it much less scary.
And much less painful and much less expensive. Look, which is me close-up camera?
Oh,
Pet?
it's camera format.
When I was 13, my mum came and got me from school here to go to the hospital.
It's like in 10 seconds here.
Collapsed that morning, so we'd all to say our goodbyes.
Reaction
I
shot.
went in to see him. We were all frail and pale. And I was scared because I'd only seen him the week before, and he'd been fit as fiddle. And he said to me, Peter, he said, it's the right time. I don't ever want to be a burden to the people I love.
Was that the last time you saw him?
Nope. 3 days later, we were back home. He lived with us for 9 miserable years after that. He had to be fed with a rubber spoon. He had a commode, so he'd just take a shit right there in the lounge while we were watching football. He wouldn't even wait till half-time.
That sounds...
It was awful. It were awful for us, and this is the point. It were awful for him. He could see it was destroying me, man, watching him slowly fade away. I mean, he would beg her to turn off his breathing equipment at night, but she couldn't, or she wouldn't. It were a crime, you see. And she didn't want to lose the children, as well as her old man.
No family should have to suffer like Peter's did. And now no family will have to. The Health Service is today opening the first of 300 new transition centres.
The transition centres will handle everything for your last days. The legal, financial, medical and emotional costs are all catered for and paid for by the government. So even the poorest citizen gets to pass on with dignity when they choose.
And that choice is important. This is a service only for people who choose it. For people who feel they've run their course and don't want to burden themselves or their families with a slow, long, humiliating decline.
I missed half of that.
Are you okay?
I heard the fuck part, but I didn't hear what you said before that.
Oh, we're still on the air, Peter.
No, yes, sorry, my apologies. Oh.
Are you not worried that this new system might be open to abuse?
In what way?
Sorry, I've got sacked again.
That the older generation might feel somewhat...
That one was massive. Right, no.
Sorry, that the older generation might feel somewhat coerced.
Coerced into spending their final days eating gourmet food and drinking fine wine and luxury spas and gardens.
Look, I am perfectly capable of... with a rusty twat!
Prime Minister, please watch your language.
For fuck's sake!
Go get yourself sorted out.
Right.
Try not to show that.
Information film tonight.
As soon as I clicked on it.
Viewers everything they need to know.
You really do move.
What? How did that? Okay, so I can't click on anything right now.
Oh, Megan, we're only getting started.
There you go. I got unlucky twice in a row.
On that note, thank you so much for being here, Jeremy.
Right, yes, that's all we have time for tonight. Thank you
almost
to
fucking
our guests.
failed that.
Congratulations to all the winners at the Sports Board final. And we'll see you tomorrow night at the same time. My name is Jeremy Donaldson. If you can, have a peaceful night.
And we're out. Good job, everybody.
Do you suffer?
So they just... I don't suppose there's any way this could be a good
Did
thing.
it kill me?
It's my nephew, so we transitioned the moment I saw the leak.
Okay, I was gonna say, shouldn't have killed me. Alright, awesome. Alright, really quick, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll continue. Alright. Holiday time.
Alex, oh thank God you're alive. It's Jenny, the floor manager. Are you okay? Alex, you need to get it together. Look at the broadcast screen. Just look at it. That's all we've been putting out since you went down. You have to fix it, now. Look left, Alex, out the window. See? They're all over it, little bastards. You're going to need a full charge to clear that many off.
Fuck is that?
Hold down the big button until it's fully charged, then release it to zap the little fuckers. Excellent, Alex. We're broadcasting again. They must have built up while you were napping. Usually it only takes a tap on the button to clear one. Look, there's a lone one climbing now. Zap it off before it starts to mess up the signal again. Quickly, Alex, fry it! Great. That seems to be the last of them. For now. Right. We're about a minute out. Get the adverts loaded up. I've got to deal with my pet idiot. And Alex, keep your ears open. You'll hear them climbing up the tower. Don't let them build up.
We'll be going live to the National Nightly News. But before that, let's take a look at what's coming up later on.
This has no credibility, Jenny.
On Channel 1 at 7 o'clock.
No professionalism.
What's wrong with this picture? And
It's not a mess. Everything is where it should be. It's ramshackle and characterful, and I expect you to know the difference.
That's followed at 8 p.m. by a
Of course Megan's face looked lovely, but I can't see it, can I?
Which tonight
Thanks, Jenny. How's lock-in with the boyfriend going?
Outside.
Decided to take his chances on the wild streets, eh? Rather than endure another romantic comedy.
Electric Fever Dream, starring Lawrence Blunderclatch as Helena.
Jeremy, Jenny says your hair looks stupid.
Yes, I can hear
That brings
her.
us to 11:15, where,
She says
as
she's not
usual,
talking to you.
Dr. Adrian
Yes, I
Atkinson
know, I
Diamond
can
will
hear
be
her.
meeting his
Shall I
guests
count us in?
Incisors.
Make
And
it so.
tonight he's got a
Okay,
troubled
10
traffic warden
seconds.
from Stainstable in
Break
his
a leg, everyone.
crosshairs.
Preferably a furry one.
Midnight, it's the National Weather Report. As
5,
if that mattered.
4,
But now,
3.
it's time to join Jeremy Donaldson for the
Good
National
evening.
Nightly
I'm
News.
Jeremy Donaldson. Good evening.
And I'm Megan Wolf.
Jeremy
Our
Donaldson.
main stories tonight.
Snuggle
Our main
Fun?
stories
It's been
tonight.
almost 5 weeks since all the Mrs. Snugglehugs toys
That was a curse
woke
word?
up simultaneously
What
infected
the fuck?
worldwide and began searching for their husbands.
Sorry, I
The
don't
Mrs.
know
Snugglehugs
fucking
with such
British
short
goddamn
sighted
curse
destroyed.
words.
And now, as this photograph suggests, they may be changing tactics.
Built to surprisingly traditional gender stereotypes, the Mrs. Snugglehugs have been arming themselves with a variety of household implements. All the more reason to make sure that cat flap
Ah, fuck, I'm not paying attention to who's talking, goddamn it.
This frightening new development means that even those previously thought to be relatively safe, like the young and fit, must take care to watch their backs and keep their ears open for the soft steps of sinister feet.
Going stir crazy. With no signs of Mrs. Snugglehugs' batteries running out, and the government lockdown now in its 31st day, domestic relationships across the country are taking some unexpected turns.
Dramatic reports are beginning to emerge of uncharacteristically bold behaviour in homes across the country. And we're not talking about the model planes that occupy so much time in the Donaldson household.
In response to a nationwide lack of toilet paper, which was of course raided by the Mrs. Snugglehugs to construct their vast hives, many of the nation's adults have turned to a more...
I had no idea what the image was.
They're on the tower.
Old dog's new tricks. Bad Boys Television Johnny Hansen announced today that he just can't wait until this lockdown's over so he can start his new career.
It is, of course, up to each of us to choose how we spend this brief spell of collective unconsciousness. But if this photograph, sent by the man himself, is anything to go by, Johnny seems to be making some interesting decisions with regard to his time at home.
Making his announcement by drunkenly shouting at his neighbours from the steps of his capital accommodation, Johnny was heard to repeatedly yell, "I'm gonna open a fucking forest," before failing to get back inside his house.
Yeah, I actually got that. I don't know why I hit.
I'll take a dozen roses, Johnny. I'll take a dozen
The
roses,
shape of things
Johnny.
to come,
In their own version of a lockdown for more than 45 years now, the descendants of Doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sporsborgen-Horgensvoord and their unfortunate team today managed to get a personal statement to the surface using flagellarized imaging equipment.
Many of the Sporsborgen-Horgensvoord, as they've come to be known, have certainly captured the public imagination. With a recent vote naming Helvetica Sporsborgen-Wongensvoord the most likely to survive a massive electric shock.
Helvetica Sporsborgen-Wongensvoord here with a little update from Dante's Peak. This year's going to be our biggest ever harvest, and autumn's just
I'm supposed to be like looking and watching them climb it.
At least that's what we think.
We'll see if I get a very low grade for the segment or not.
A long time ago, but if our calculations are right, we think that you up
I think
there
so.
is
Yeah, okay.
Wednesday, the 12th of January, or as you call it, Pissmouth Day, as you call it, possibly Boxing Day if we're a bit out. So Boxing Day. I hope you get all the presents you asked for left.
Oh, I fucking missed that.
I'm hoping to complete my collection of rocks. I'm hoping to see you in September. Helvetica out. See you in September. Helvetica
It's hard to believe they've been down there so long. It's hard to believe they've been
But
down
as everyone
there
knows,
so long
time
now.
moves differently underwater, Jeremy. That's why goldfish are so stupid.
That's right. And as anyone will tell you, the deeper the ball. And as anyone will tell you,
The thicker the
the deeper
goldfish.
the ball. There's no denying the logic of that. There's no denying the
Class
logic
war,
of that.
a worrying turn today for the formerly rich as ever more punishing measures are announced.
With the country becoming ever more hostile to the previously wealthy, those who manage to skip the country must be very grateful to the people who help them right now.
We have it from several sources that rich runaways have actually begun to spontaneously lose their teeth one by one. Is it some sort of cosmic justice? Or has masked vigilante Dental Dennis been up to his old tricks again?
And Advance speaks out. With the snuggle struggle proving a test to governments around the world, Advance HQ released a curious statement this afternoon.
In the accompanying release, they asked us to stress that they have been listening and that this should be taken as a response to how
We've certainly done our bit on this show to contribute to the political climate. But let's not forget, how we behave in our home lives is what really matters.
Let's hope it's not just me who filled out that questionnaire, Jeremy, or we're all in trouble.
Let's play that statement. Let's play that statement.
Good evening. I know many of you feel lost right now. I know I do. Which has nothing to do with the waning support for the government, and I don't know why you keep saying that. We're doing loads, okay? We're doing loads. We have scientists looking into the lifespan of lithium batteries. Good ones too. Not the red wine cures cancer kind. Not the red wine cures cancer. And no, I can't tell you when all this will be over. I can't tell you when all this will be over. So just stop asking, will you? So just stop asking. Let's stop focusing on us and what we're doing, and start focusing on you. And start focusing. Because I have some questions for you. Because I have some questions for you. Why don't you think the rules apply to you? Why don't you think the rules apply to you? Really think sunbathing is classed as exercise? Sunbathing. And since when was hummus essential? And since when was hummus essential? Doesn't feel so good, does it? Doesn't feel so good, does it? So yes, we've probably made some mistakes. But for now, let's not look at who did what or why. Let's not look at who did what or why. Let's put the full responsibility for this on you. Feel guilty. Feel afraid. Feel anxious. Turn on each other if you have to. Fight over sponges and then go home and stay there and think about what you've done. Stay there and think about what you've done. Don't turn on us. That won't help anyone. That won't help anyone. Thank you.
Delectable stuff.
Later tonight, Jeremy will be catching up with brave roving reporter Patrick Bannon, while I check in with two friends of the programme who find themselves stranded at opposite ends of the country.
And then, in part 3, there's going to be a quiz. Presumably because there's nothing more important going on that you might like to report on if you were saying a news programme.
And in a moment, we'll both be asking Sophia Remington how such a trusted brand can have made such a terrible manufacturing mistake.
With what it describes here as help from popular psychic scientist Delia Lyle.
Oh, I like her.
Don't let me do that.
That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News. National Nightly News.
don't know who to send it to. I'm just gonna have her, I guess.
Yes, I know what you do, Mr. Donaldson.
Oh fuck, I forgot. I messed up. I thought I was prepping it. God damn it.
First tonight, how did we get here? Where are we going? And most importantly, who's to blame? And most importantly,
Joining us from her ranch in Arlingsfield Milwaukee is the CEO of Remington's Fist, internationally respected business vanguard.
Thank you for having me, Megan. I'm a huge fan of your work. Thank you for having me, Megan.
and from a crystal healing laboratory, what I assume is a garage in Upper Lowington, inexplicably renowned psychic scientist, Dr. Delia Lywell. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us.
Sorry, us?
Myself and the eminent professors.
Is that what you call the voices in your head? Is that what you call the voices in your head?
Dead scientists. I don't really know why.
The money?
They express themselves to me through ethereal algebra and quadratic predictions. It's all very technical.
No, it isn't.
I concur. Miss Remington, the entire Snugglehugs range will surely go down as the biggest public relations disaster in history, won't it?
Well, of course, that's one world record we would never have thought to claim.
What can you say at a time like this?
There is only one thing that can be said. There's only one thing that can be said. We're sorry. I'm sorry. From everyone here at Remington's Fist, but especially the dedicated inventors and world-beating engineers at Remington Toys. We are deeply, deeply sorry. We are deeply, Who could have predicted that letting a child's toy learn how to love could have such unforeseen consequences?
Mary Shelley?
We see you, Sophia Remington. We see you. You are preening by a metal vessel, and where you venture, you will see neither land nor sky.
Is that supposed to be the future?
Only the past is concrete. I remember being a child in my grandpa's workshop. I remember being when he made the first dancing hangman toy. When he made the first, he put it by my bed, and when I couldn't sleep, I'd wind it up and let it go, and I'd watch that happy little execution, and I'd watch that wiggle and wave into tiny noose, and dance before my eyes. Grandpa sold thousands of them. On the quiet, obviously. And he used the money he made to found Rimming Toys, which is now just one small part of the global supermassive megacore that is Remington's megacore that is Sadly, we lost Grandpappy along the way. Sadly, we lost. He died in a fire at the preschool tobacco factory. Another one of his pet projects. But we never lost his spirit of invention.
Yes, I'm not entirely certain what your grandfather's offensive toys have to do with the current predicament.
The spirit of invention, Mr. Donaldson. The passion to create, to problem solve. And that is why I'm here today. To tell you about a brand new product we're launching simultaneously around the world from midnight tonight.
We said science! Science! We said science! We hear its song on the breeze. It's breath on the wind. It's far under the covers.
How does she do it?
Well, please don't keep us in suspense any longer. Don't keep us in suspense any longer.
It might be just making up next.
Remington's Fist is proud to present Snuggle Traps. Safety and security in these dangerous Each box of Snuggle Traps contains 8 devices, all guaranteed to stop a Mrs. Snugglehug in its tracks. That's enough for a small lawn or 4 window boxes. And you want to know the best thing? They're only $129.99 a box. Now that is affordable peace of mind.
We see you, Jeremy Donaldson.
Not now, honey, I'm mid-pitch. The best thing about Snuggle Traps is that powered by next generation Flardinium batteries. So, however long the enemy lasts, these traps will last.
We see you, Mr. Donaldson. We see you are screaming and yelling. You are screaming. Your friends and yelling. Oh, crying. Your friends. They fear you. And then fear you. You're gone. You're gone.
Oh my god, I just got chills. Did anyone else just get chills then?
I think it's more concerned. I think I'd be more concerned about these traps. Quickly moving forward to the break. These appear to be attractively repackaged landmines. Are they dangerous, say, to children?
Oh, hell yeah. These are not. Oh, hell yeah. But they're explosive fun.
Sophia Remington, Dr. Delia Lywell. Sophia Remington for joining us.
When we come back, we'll be taking a look at the situation across the country tonight.
Don't go away. We'll be back after these bandages. We'll be back after this.
Is that all right?
Okay.
Yes, Doctor, that was exactly what we...
This is Crazy Meals, crazy pre-Christmas, extra exciting festive Yuletide Easter extravaganza.
This is another chapter from
Do
Crazy
you think
Meals
so?
Wit and Wisdom.
I think I'd rather
And I'm
spend the
reaching out
evening
for
shoving
Lorenzo
Delia's
this
sacred
camera to
crystals
say,
up my
buddy,
skeptical
if you're
arsehole.
listening, build a better life for yourself.
You want
Hello, mate. It's Dave. You're not going to believe this, but I've decided to come home. Listen, I'll call you back at the next break and we can talk about how I get me job back. Cheers, Alex. See you, mate.
More of a hunch look, and that wasn't popular. I used to have a ventriloquist act. I cheated, rather, because I trained a dog to talk. You can get down on all fours and yap like a dog for only $22.99 a month. This is a deal with Neil Appeal. As the
exactly. You
astronaut
said
once
it,
said
I
to me,
said it.
I had a mission.
He must know. He's not stupid. I just don't want it
Sometimes you're
getting
the
back to
alien
him that
and
it came from
sometimes
us.
you're the cow.
No, Jenny. You're not backing out on me now.
Hey,
We're in this
dude, get
together.
off my wife. They wanted to increase recruitment for nuns.
made the cake,
Nuns with
you're on the
bombs,
loose.
nuns with guns, nuns with
No idea
That
how
one
old he
didn't go
is.
down so much because apparently
40,
they're not supposed to
17.
have some.
Yeah.
Crazy Bob here
Okay,
to make
coming
your
back.
life a little more
In 5,
enjoyable. Namaste.
4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly News.
Welcome back
Megan
to
Ruth.
the National Nightly
Now
News.
it's time to
I'm
take a
Megan
trip
Ruth.
around the country
Now
to
it's
hear
time
how
to
the
take a trip
lockdown
around
might
the
impact the
country to
nation
hear how
from
the
some
lockdown
friendly
might impact the
faces.
nation from
Joining
some
me are
friendly
respected
faces.
academic
Joining
Katie
me
Brightman
are respected
and author of
academic
Alan
Katie
James's
Brightman
Kites,
and
Alan
author
James.
of Alan
Thank you for
James's
joining
Kites,
me.
Alan James. It's a pleasure. Thanks for having me, Megan.
Oh, I thought that was him.
Thanks for having me.
It really is a pleasure, Katie. I enjoyed our heated encounter. I enjoyed our
I wish I could say the same.
So first
I
off,
wish I could say
Katie,
the
how are
same.
you coping?
I'm holding up okay. The lockdown directive was so sudden that, like many people, I haven't been able to get home. Like many people,
Oh no,
I
what
haven't been able to get
happened?
home. I was staying at a hotel after an international policy convention, and we had a particularly heavy night out. You know what economists are like.
Notoriously hate splitting the bill.
And I overslept, and as you can imagine, I've been here ever since. But there are certainly people much worse off than me.
My tour has been cancelled indefinitely, and I've had to refund every single ticket, even the cheap seats.
Alan, I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh,
Yeah.
Alan, I'm so sorry
People
to
are
hear
being
that.
quite rude about it. They don't seem to realise they've already spent it filling the beach house with beef.
The crisis claims yet another victim.
So, this is just a reminder that my book, Alan James's Right, is now available in paperback.
Unbelievable.
What was that?
Unbelievable. You're unbelievable. You're
So,
unbelievable.
Katie, how do you think this might affect the economy? Should we be worried?
Very, Megan. Not to sound dramatic, but this could be catastrophic. Unemployment has skyrocketed, and frankly, it will be a miracle if a lot of businesses can survive this.
There you go, scaremongering again, spreading this latest liberal hoax. That's what they want. They want us quiet. They want us compliant. They want us inside. And they want
hoax? How on earth can you say that, Alan?
Well, I haven't actually
Can you
seen
say
one of
that,
these
Alan?
supposed toys. Have you?
No, but
Did you know 3,000 people die every year from regular toys? That's a lot of people. And this is no different. You're just as likely to be hunted down by a yo-yo or a tennis racket.
He makes an excellent and persuasive point, Katie.
Don't listen to her, Katie. The press are the enemy of truth.
she's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute shit. She's agreeing with you, Alan, you absolute...
Alan, are you now recanting your statement that these toys aren't dangerous?
People are saying they're just like normal toys, and that simply isn't true. Corrupt media lies.
Katie, how do you respond to Alan's claims that Mrs. Snugglehugs might be dangerous after all?
I guess I'm agreeing with him.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate your support. A lot of folks are saying this Mrs. Snugglehug situation will all blow over, but it won't.
Yes, right, exactly. We need decisive action from the government. We need huge financial support to protect our workers and our businesses. We need to support the vulnerable, and we need
to repent. Exactly right, Katie. We brought it on ourselves with all our liberal indulgences like cake and healthcare. We need to act now and begin sacrificing our firstborn, or to push a beloved family pet.
Absolutely, Alan. If we can all successfully come together as a community and perform the ritual, hopefully we will appease the great ancient. Hopefully we will appease the great ancient. Katie, could it be any worse? Katie,
Luckily,
could it be
over the
any
past few
worse?
years under Advance, they've invested heavily into health. So the system can actually bear the strain.
Is it lucky that the Llama Lords have unleashed a horde of man-made monsters on its own people to conceal the enemy within?
Will you just stop for 5 fucking seconds?
The Global Alliance of Fish People are amassing an alliance of fish people amassing an army to kidnap us.
That's you. That's what you sound like. That's you. That's what you sound like.
But
I
don't sound like that.
Yes, you do.
I don't
You
sound
do,
like that.
Alan. You do
Yes,
sound
you
like
do.
that. You
And that's
do,
why no
Alan.
one
You
wants
do
to be your
sound like
friend. And that's why no
I've
one
got
wants to
loads
be
of
your friend.
friends.
No, you haven't.
I've got loads of friends.
You do,
No, you
Alan.
haven't. Yes,
I
stop
think you
lying,
do,
Alan. Yes,
I'm
stop
not lying.
lying, Alan.
You are.
Oh, good one.
Not lying. You are.
Oh, good one.
Well, I'm telling.
Alan James.
Alan, you know what they say about
Thank
Alan
you for
James.
joining
Alan,
me.
you know what they say
Some
about
real
Thank
food
you
for
for
thought
joining
there
me.
from two of
Some
the
real
territory's
food for thought
leading
there
minds.
from
two of the territory's leading minds. Any moment now, I'll be heading over to Jeremy, who is going to be bringing us an up-to-the-minute report of the status of the nation. Over to you, Jeremy.
Thank you for what I'm sure was a reasonable debate, which really contributed to the national conversation. Next, out on the streets, someone who's always doing exactly that. It's Patrick Brannan. Exactly that. Are you there, Patrick?
Hello, Jeremy. Yes, hello. I'm here. I'm here live. Apologies for the quality of the broadcast today. Couldn't find any cameramen or women brave enough to come and join me, so I'm out here on my own.
Right, and can you tell us what it's like out there? Can you tell us what it's like out there?
As you can see behind me, the streets are currently completely deserted. But my question, Jeremy, is just how long? Could there be danger lurking just around the corner, waiting to end the fledgling career of this young, promising journalist before his full potential? Will he die? Underappreciated by management, and frankly, if you ask me, very, very much underpaid.
I don't think there's any danger of that, Patrick. What's that on your jacket there? What's that on your jacket there?
I've made what I've done here is made a snuggle-proof jacket, Jeremy. The network didn't bother sending me any PPE, so I've been forced to improvise. In fact, showing the sort of resourcefulness that would make me an ideal candidate for, I don't know, for example, an anchor position starting whenever they'd like.
From your point of view, Patrick, just how safe are our streets? Just how safe are our
streets? Not safe at all,
streets?
Jeremy, not safe at all. I'd recommend people staying inside, following government advice and not putting themselves at any risk at all. Unless, of course, like me, it's for groundbreaking journalism reasons.
And just where are you, Patrick? And just where are you, Patrick?
I'm in the street, on the street.
Which street?
Which street? I think I'm struggling to hear you, actually, Jeremy, there.
Which street? Which street are you on? Which street? Which street are you on?
Which street am I on? Oh, God. I'm just looking for... There it is. I'm on Bannon Avenue.
Bannon Avenue? Bannon Avenue?
Yep.
Bannon Avenue.
Yeah, no, I can hear you fine. Yeah, I'm on Bannon Avenue. No, I can hear you fine. Yes, I'm on Bannon
like
Avenue.
Patrick Bannon? Like Patrick Bannon?
That is like, that's strange. That's a weird sign. That is like, what's going on there? That's a weird
Where are you really?
What's going on there?
Where are you really?
I'm on Bannon. Alright, fine. I'm not on Bannon Avenue. I'm on. Alright, fine. I'm not home. To be honest. I'm alright, fine. Well, I don't in my bathroom technically, but you know, I couldn't face it to be honest, mate. But I couldn't. You know, it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. You know, it's terrible out there. I don't want to go outside. I'm sorry for lying. They're everywhere.
We don't expect any less of you, Patrick. We don't expect any less of you, Patrick.
You hear that sound? You hear that sound?
I can, yes. I'm no expert, Patrick, but it sounds unmistakably like a tiny fist tapping on your door there. A tiny fist tapping on your door there.
Oh, fuck, Jeremy, shit, no! Oh, bollocks, Jeremy,
Perhaps there's a small queue of tiny fists, each wielding a different gendered household implement, ready to bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters. Bash in the heads of lying little roving reporters.
Oh, shit, okay, fucking listen to me, you bastards! If you're out there, just... If you're out there, you little fucking snuggle fast up, you little too talented to die! Oh, too talented to die! Oh, no! What the... Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, God, it's fine. Oh, God.
Don't worry, Patrick. I'd say you've got a few seconds before they break their way in there and finish you off. Patrick? What do you see, Patrick? Thank you, Patrick, for that report. Showing the nation, and more importantly, management, just where you belong. It's time for another break, but when we come back, we'll be happy to take your mind off the world for a little while. And who knows, maybe even bring you a few smiles. Join us for this. Join us. You're damn right. Yeah,
Okay.
Adam delivered. Yes, to Bannon Avenue.
Say Wizards of
Aging. Possibly more so. We need to come together.
looking to see if this thing's gonna pop up somewhere.
Single one of us. And do
No,
Okay.
I'm not.
There it is. So it's gonna come to me rather than me look for
I
it.
don't have to. No, you're being a child. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
in public eventually.
No, no. Oh, 5, 4, 3. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Welcome back to the National Nightly. Well, we know isolation isn't easy, so finally tonight we have something a bit different for you. We
A
know some
15-minute
people,
segment,
but it's not our
goddamn.
job to entertain the public with absolute nonsense.
So
Others,
fucking
more important
real
people,
actual segment.
overrule those people. So it's time to find out who will National Nightly win. And who will National Nightly lose. And who will National Nightly
Way too early. God damn it.
So, how do we play? Well, here's a man who knows all about playing. It's Tommy Harris. Hello, Tommy.
All right, Johnny.
Hello, Tommy.
It's good to see you, Johnny.
And how are you finding the lockdown, Tommy?
What do you mean lockdown?
Tommy?
What do you
The
mean
enforced
lockdown?
isolation of everyone in the country.
Yeah,
Enforced isolation of
I think I
everyone
heard
in the
about
country.
that. Yeah, I think I heard
You're
about
in
that.
bed, Tommy.
Yeah, you
You're
called
in
during nap
bed,
time,
Tommy.
Yeah,
Of course,
during
that's
nap
my
time,
fault.
so-
So, why don't you tell us how the game is played? Why don't you
Well,
tell
it's
us
pretty
how the
simple,
game is
Jeremy.
played?
Sausage. I'm going to ask contestants from around the territory 3 questions about what else. 3 questions about what else. And those people are going to get a chance to win a very special prize.
And what are they playing for, Tommy? And what
Drum
are
roll,
they playing
please.
for, Tommy?
Drum roll, please. Jeremy.
Ugh.
Jeremy. Thank you. Thank you. This.
Sound. Oh.
Oh, well then, what a fantastic prize. Well then,
Have we got
what a
anybody
fantastic
waiting
prize.
to win this once in a lifetime prize, Jeremy?
I believe we have Angie on the line.
Jerry Jimmy.
How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie? How do you feel about winning this man's old pants, Angie?
Excited, Jeremy. I've never been so excited, Jeremy. I love you. Can I just say, both of you, I love you.
Well, you've said it now, haven't you? Well,
Angie,
you've said it now, haven't
love
you?
In a way. Tell us about yourself, Angie. Tell us about yourself,
What can I
Angie.
say? My name is Angie. Always my name is Angie. I'm a human woman. And my dental hygiene has been described as acceptable.
Brilliant! Right, well, shall we get these shambles on the way?
Absolutely.
Shall we get these
John, can I
shambles on
get
the
30
way?
seconds on the clock, please? Can I get 30 seconds on the
We
clock,
haven't
please?
got a clock.
Yeah, I did ask for a
We
clock.
haven't got a clock.
So I did ask for a clock.
Why don't you start? And I'll stop you when it inevitably becomes unbearable to watch.
I love it. All right. Here we go. I love
Time
it. All right.
starts.
Here we
No,
go.
no, no, no,
Time
now.
starts.
Question
No,
one.
no, no, no,
When
now.
is
Question
my
one.
birthday?
When is my
The
birthday?
13th of August at 7:19 a.m.
That is absolutely correct. That is question two. Correct. What? I said what is my favourite colour? Is my favourite
Crushed praline
colour?
4. Crushed praline
Correct.
4.
The colour of my nipples. Star sign. What is my
That's a trick
star
question.
sign?
You were born outside of the human understanding of the cosmos.
Unbelievable. That is correct. Unbelievable. Stop the clock. That is correct.
Wow, that really was tough to watch. How did you do, Tommy?
Well, Angie, my love, you got every single question, which of course means you lose and win absolutely nothing. Thanks for playing, Angie. Bye. Do we have another contestant on the line? Do we have another contestant on the line?
We do indeed. We should have Sonia Artleach. Are you there, Sonia?
Of course
Are you there, Sonia?
Thank you for being here, Sonia. Thank you for being here, Sonia.
Tommy!
Let me guess, you work in theatre, don't you? Let me guess,
Is it
you
that
work in
obvious?
theatre, don't you?
What gave it away? Was it the glamour or was it the glamour?
It certainly wasn't your inherent sense of humility.
Tell us about yourself, Sonia. Tell us about yourself,
well,
Sonia.
if you must play this game, I am a theatrical
That's like in 5 minutes.
The likes of Rudy Beefman, Samuel Coffee Cup, and Jodie Carpetburn, amongst others.
And how's the lockdown affected you, Sonia? How's the lockdown affected you, Sonia?
They have closed the theatres, shut the studios, and boarded the cinemas, but they won't get me that easily.
How are you managing without any work?
Due to a savvy clause in all of my artist contracts, I am able to claim my 15% from their unemployment benefit.
Wow, that certainly is. Wow, sharp. That certainly
Standard
is.
Standard stuff.
And can I ask, where are you speaking to us from?
Well, I work from home, you know, to keep costs down.
And who's this? And who's this?
You know, when they gave the order, I was actually mid-meeting with a client, so we've been isolated together.
No fucking no way!
What the fucking fuck?
Is that Tommy Harris? I'm a huge fan. Can I just tell you how bloody brilliant you are?
Actually, Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy? Jeff, we're about to play a game, aren't we, Tommy?
If it's not too bold, I think I am in love with you, Mr. Harris.
No, it's not too bold. That's right. No, it's not too bold.
I'd love to show you some of my stuff. I've been working on some new shit.
Well, at least you're already aware.
We've been workshopping some of Jeff's ideas for much younger children, haven't we?
People still let you know their children, do they?
Yeah, that's
People still
right.
let you know
Yeah,
their
yeah.
children, do they?
I've been developing some shows for younger children.
We'd love to see it, wouldn't we, Gerbil? We'd love to see it,
Absolutely dying to. Absolutely
Right,
dying to.
What do kids love? What do kids
timely child support payments from their absent fathers.
Shallow and overproduced musical numbers.
That's right.
Overproduced musical
Animals!
numbers.
So, I'm trying to address the things that kids need to know, but through a medium that they'll understand. Do you understand?
I think
you understand?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Jeff's one of my best clients, aren't you?
I am.
One of my best clients, aren't
So,
you?
the first one we've been working on is called The King of the Jungle's Mortgage Repayment. It's about a lion who's having problems with his interest rates.
I see. Does he have a broker?
He does, yes.
Does he have
He's
a
the
broker?
porcupine. He does, yes. How did you know that?
Well, your work is universal, darling. It speaks to people, darling.
I'm going to say something to you, mate. I'm going to say something to you, mate.
The bear,
Oh, yes. Right. This one is much better. So, this one tells the tale of Mr. Bear. Now, Mr. Bear is a very sad bear because all of the other bears don't think that it'll amount to much, and they tell him that his plays are lazy and derivative.
I think you're onto something there.
Now, Mr. Bear is a tragic figure. Picture this. He's at his lowest ebb. The trees are closing in. He can't even face his salmon, can he? But then he meets someone that will change his life forever.
This is fucking gripping.
That's right. He meets a wise octopus who takes him under his wing and says, "No, Mr. Bear, don't be sad. You're not like all the other bears. You have this ambition and these dreams."
Such fucking dreams.
I think I love you, Jeff. I think I love you,
What
Jeff.
you need.
Mr. Bear, says the octopus, probably doing an 8-armed gesture or something.
What you need to do to find happiness in this crazy old forest is you need to set yourself more realistic.
Alright, halfway done. Oh my god.
It's called Mr. Bear Lowers His Expectations. Mr. Bear Lowers His
Wow,
Expectations.
you really have taken yourself to new depths. You really have taken yourself. So what do you want children to take away from this?
Oh,
What do you want children to take away from this? What?
I said a more realistic worldview. I said a more realistic worldview.
It's Jeffrey. My name is Jeffrey Donington. My name is Jeffrey Donington.
We need to know how it ends. We need to know
all
how
the
it ends.
animals learn a thing or two about inevitable mediocrity.
And Mr. Bear settles down near to his parents' cave, stops trying to make his band happen, and he goes into bear telemarketing.
Becomes a bear maths teacher.
Oh, and we end.
Bear maths teacher.
We end on a big musical number. Oh, there's dancing. It's very repetitive, so it's catchy but not too challenging. Well, if you like, I could go and get my boombox.
I might be able to. Hang on. Can we get Angie back? I might be able to.
Why
hang on.
not?
Can we
The
get
more
Angie
the
back?
merrier, as they say at orgies.
The more the merrier, as they say at orgies.
Right, I'll just fill then, shall I? Coming up in a moment, it's the world premiere that nobody saw coming. Or wanted. At all. Or wanted. I can only apologise in advance for what we're all about to endure.
You turn this shitting thing up.
Endure.
Thing up.
Well, there's all sorts of creatures. Well, they're down on Dangly Doodle Farm.
You know what they said they turned down broadcast for music, but I'm doing that here too.
With way too many are. And Mr. Cow, they're always in good moods. But that's 'cause they don't know they'll soon be sliced up into food.
Oh.
Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes
Maybe not.
turn into despair. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your dreams go to die. Mr. Raccoon wants to go to the moon. He'll end up as a bus driver soon. Mr. Porcupine thinks he'll read the news at 9. He'll end up as a janitor who stinks of turpentine. Mr. Tiny Mouse thought he'd own a massive house. Ended up in a bedsit where he can't control the louse. Mr. Horse thought he'd go into professional sports. Now he's an alcoholic and he's on his 3rd divorce. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the place your life becomes an endless questionnaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your hopes go to die. Lower your expectations. Maybe you could get a job in telecommunications. No matter how you try, you'll never reach the League of Nations. The best you'll get is middle rank in trading operations. So lower your expectations. You'll never win an Oscar, so there's no congratulations. The future that is coming will not meet specifications, and no amount of visualizations will save you from your own deterioration. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's a tramp who thought he'd be a multi-millionaire. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where self-esteem goes to die. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's the disappointment that is waiting everywhere. Mr. Bear, what's that over there? That's where your schemes go to die. That's where your dreams go to die. That's where dreams go to die.
Thanks all for what I'm sure is bound to be a classic
Okay.
of children. But now,
2 minutes.
let's see how it's really done. Let's see how it's really done.
Before we wrap up the news tonight, I just wanted to spend a moment talking to you directly. I find
final thought, if you will, just for you, Alex. You see, I know you think it's gotten complicated back at the old homestead, but there's something you should know. You like to think you got the family rules, the feelings
Clicked on
are
him.
cool, and you're just ridiculed. You think you're even-handed, but there's nobody fooled. You clearly love your daughter more. You like to think you got it under control. Well, if that was your goal, you better re-roll. Did you have a few too many at the watering hole? You clearly love your daughter more. Now Chris and Sam.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. This is my family. What the fuck?
But Susie thinks you're perfect with that holiday abroad. And I've gotta say,
That's not true at all. I let my son go out. He just came home late, so I had to punish him. That's a lie.
and that's you.
That's all we have time for tonight on the National Nightly News. We'll be back tomorrow when Jeremy will be wrestling an alpaca and I'll be naked. I'm Megan Wolf. Have a treacle night. I'm Megan Wolf. Have a What? Oh, just give me that beer.
Push yourself to your absolute limit with Occupational Hazards, the exclusive new collection. Subscribe today, and every week we'll send you a workplace accident you'll never forget. From the classic trip and fall to the unparalleled heights of gross negligence, this limited edition
What
set
is that,
really does
Pat?
have it all.
Do you
Sign up
think
today
I'd be
and
happy
you or
with
your
that?
next of kin could enjoy a disappointing
Scottish.
payout, which makes a mockery of your pain and suffering. Also included is this vial of real crocodile tears and your employer's complete lack of responsibility.
Oh, I'm sleeping. Oh, shit. Okay. That D was rough, but okay. Uh-oh.
The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor brings you slowly back to consciousness. Opening your eyes, you're greeted by a semicircle of concerned your family. By your side, a reassuringly familiar sight in these new surroundings. You blink a few times to clear the SLE into focus. From you are eyes and bring everyone
into focus.
Looking up, Sam's face is a mixture of concern and frustration. Things haven't been great between you two lately, and Chris hasn't been helping things. Looming at Sam's shoulder with a sour expression, it's clear there's still no love lost between the two of you. While Sam clearly is worried about you, the family scowl is obvious on both of their faces.
Thanks for coming, honey.
The worry for you wins out and Sam takes your hand, before leaning in to kiss your forehead. Of course, sweetheart. I could never have been anywhere else. For the first time in a while you both genuinely smile at each other, before you look to the rest of your family. Just as you feel Susie's absence, you notice Charlie fidgeting, clearly trying not to look worried. As soon as you turn to look at him, you can see Charlie tense up, his concern clear on his face. Definitely good, right? He finally asks, quickly looking.
Of course I am, buddy. Nothing to worry about.
Charlie looks at you and grins, one of those infectious smiles that spreads around the room. It's always good to have him in your corner. Your smile fades as you notice your mother, staring listlessly out the window. Despite all of your best efforts, she's not been doing well lately. Are you okay, Mom? Your mother starts, your call clearly shocking her out of her reverie. She turns to you and smiles, and you're grateful to see the increasingly rare recognition in her eyes. Yes, dear, of course. How are you feeling? You smile warmly and nod, But before you can respond, a doctor bustles in and ushers everyone out. She asks you, for what feels like the 100th time, how you're feeling. Surprisingly well, all things considered. Excel Lenny. There's no sign of any real damage, just a bit of a shock to the old system, pardon the pun. She smiles. Not that we'd recommend you do anything like that again, of course. After a couple of days rest at home, you should feel right as rain. She turns to leave, but stops at the door. Oh, and the private room and care. The doctor gestures to your room, which you now notice looks rather expensive, has all been paid for by a Mr. Boseman. He left those flowers, and said not to worry and to take the rest of the week off. He'll see you Monday, apparently. EMS like the least he could do. You come home from a particularly late shift to find the kitchen light still on, which isn't normally a good sign. Everyone's usually in bed by now. Softly opening the kitchen door, you find Sam sat at the table. Bills and papers are strewn in front of them, as well as what looks to be their second pack of biscuits. They give you a quick kiss as you take a seat next to them. Sam frowns and goes back to the bill they're holding. Hey sweetheart, just looking at the numbers again. They look to the door to the now converted into your mother's bedroom. We've been doing our best, but I think Cassandra really needs a nurse to look after her now. Suddenly, the bills are all you can see. Fortunately, with the money that's been coming in and what we've been able to save, we've got more than enough to keep going.
Yep.
Sam smiles at you. I'll know things have been difficult, and the daily care won't be cheap, but she's your mother. We have to really, don't we?
We can say consider the other option, but yeah. Gratefully smile back, of course you'll pay. Care.
The sword of Damocles sheathed, at least for the moment. You grab the papers and stuff them into a drawer. It's such a relief to not have to worry about it anymore, or so you told Sam. Hours later, you're still awake, staring at the ceiling, thinking, how long will the money last?
Well, we still have comfortable wealth. Till I worked that, vacation week.
Sam's out with work tonight and Charlie's staying at a friend's. The house is yours. You order a takeaway, have a couple of drinks, and decide to relax in front of the TV. Not a great selection tonight, but surely something to watch.
Well, since Sam doesn't like historical dramas, might as well watch one.
Genghis Khan wasn't ever really something you were interested in, but the drama's not half bad. You even learn a few things, like the fact his real name was Temujin. Who knew? When it's over, you flick through the channels for something else to watch, but a glint under the coffee table distracts you. You reach down to retrieve the mysterious device, remembering Sam's note as you do. Hey sweetheart, Charlie lost Susie's present. Would you mind looking for it tonight? X. As you hold it closer, you're surprised to find the gift's actually an engraved letter for Chippy. She claims the nickname's affectionate, but Charlie still scowls every time she says it. You're not sure Sam would approve. The accompanying note from Susie explains, Urkistan has a long tradition of glorifying the art of starting fires. Thought you'd like it. Don't do anything stupid. Suzette, hopefully it's just a souvenir, and not a new pastime he's picked up or about to pick up. It's nice that she thought of him.
Hey.
Sabotage?
Jenny, problem? I want her fired today, now.
Don't worry, Kath, it'll be all right.
No, it won't be all right, Kath. Pack up your weapons of optical destruction and get
You
out.
too? Alright.
You realise you're beginning to sound...
I mean it, Kath.
Group of poor young unfortunates who find themselves
Stay where you are,
excluded from the
Kath.
Go-Getters program.
Jenny?
And
This
they're
is not
inevitable
Jenny's
tomorrow.
decision, Jeremy, or yours.
At 8 p.m, it's movie time with the
I'll talk
network
about this
premiere of
Oh,
smash
good.
hit Bullet
You
Man.
can tell him
Oh,
I'm
okay, so this is where I can
doing
play
dinner next week.
stuff that I invested in, but again, I have no idea what I invested in. You know what? Sports board sounds
Jenny.
better.
Sizes. And his very first guest is popular parrot Hamilton
Sorry, Kath,
Swartwood.
you're gonna have to leave.
At 11:30, it's a double bill for popular transatlantic comedy That Nuns.
Letting it go to your head.
She nearly blinded me.
10 seconds,
I thought we were all
everybody.
part of a team these
With
days.
Sally
Things are better,
Payne
Jeremy.
to close
now.
out this evening's entertainment.
Stop being so
Three,
high and mighty
five,
and do your job.
It's
four,
time to hand over to
three.
Jeremy, Megan, and all the team at the National Night.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy
Good evening.
Dawes.
I'm
Our main
Megan
headlines
Wolf.
tonight. I'm Jeremy
The
Dawes.
establishment
Our main
strikes
headlines
back.
tonight.
The World
The
Council has
establishment
agreed
strikes
today
back.
to impose
The World
punitive
Council has
sanctions
agreed
on the
today
people
to
of
impose
this country.
The sanctions, which are broad-ranging, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, include restrictions on the supply of oil and gas, and even some medicines. Clothing. But how should we react? And even some medicines. We asked the public. But how should we react? We asked
What do
the
you
public.
think about all these sanctions? What do you think about all these sanctions?
I doubt it makes a lot of difference, Pet. I've lived through 2 world wars and I smoke 40 a day. 2 world wars and if that ain't killed me, I doubt this will either. If that ain't killed me, I doubt this will either.
Thanks, Patrick. Important stuff. Thanks, Patrick.
Controversial Prime Minister Julia Salisbury attended to a swing of growing public concerns with the following official statement released earlier today.
The international sanctions declared against this country today by the World Council remind us that now more than ever we need to come together as a team. We need to come together as a team. Since coming to power, we have eradicated poverty, and as a consequence, seen crime fall to levels previously thought impossible. Our schools, hospitals, and youth clubs are thriving, and our transition centres have enabled many thousands to unburden their loved ones with dignity. In any sane world, we would be held up as a model to emulate. Evidently, this is not that world. The privileged few have lobbied, and now they are striking back. We will not cower before their And we encourage other progressive nations of the world to continue to trade, visit, and share their cultures with ours. Do not be afraid. We have more friends than we can count. We are a team. Now more than ever. And this team is on your side. Thank you.
Reassuring stuff. But what do you, the public, think of our refreshingly different government? Robin Short found out. Government. Robin Short.
Hi there. I
found
was
out.
wondering if you could spend a moment to give us your thoughts on the government.
Honestly, I think they're doing a great job. I know the assets and world checks have made the difference for us with the cost of the little one.
Right, people are still a little gullible, what we're starting to see. Some people unsure, I think we'll see.
Over to you, fellas. Global
Anyone like with the
mega
response or with video plays,
Global
whatever.
mega The trials have successfully completed on their groundbreaking male contraceptive responsibility.
The drug has been passed by the government for general release, but the small print warns that, in rare cases, side effects can include blurred vision, enlarged genitalia, and increased risk of stroke. No double entendre risk of stroke.
But what do you, the public, think of Sophia Remington's latest venture? Sophia Remington's latest venture.
So what are your feelings on the new contraceptive pill?
I think it's a great idea. I think it's
a big step forward for equality. A big step forward for equality.
Remington is the best thing that has ever happened to that company.
A momentary lapse of reason? Communities across the capital found themselves somewhat bemused by the latest stunt by controversial protest groups.
In a baffling start to the day, commuters found performers outside every major station, all dressed and posed identically. Whether we're supposed to be amused or intimidated is anybody's guess, Jeremy. But most commuters didn't even stop to notice.
Yeah, I think that was funny, I guess, is what I'll say smile is.
But how do we all feel about Disrupt? And their eclectic tactics. Robin found out.
How do you feel about Disrupt?
Oh, well, now you're talking.
How do you feel about
Ruddy
Disrupt?
hero, showing us not to take it.
That's why I kind of, yeah, it's more so we like them, but
So
they're not
you
going to hate
both feel
them.
they're a
I
cause
probably
worth
should have done
supporting.
neutral or whatever.
They're a cause worth supporting.
We're pretty sure there's still one in there, aren't we, love? We're pretty sure there's still one in there, aren't we? Wherever it is, it loves Disrupt. Fighting the Yoiks for our freedom. And what could possibly be wrong with that? And what could possibly be wrong with that?
Do you need me to get you some help?
Feast or famine? Resourceful doctors David Wong and Ingrid Sportsborg David Wong today announced their first successful harvest of Dante's taint. Although they can currently only grow a few fungal strains, the scientists seem to be staying positive, as the following picture shows.
The undauntable scientists chose to try and survive in the cave system while the complex
Yeah, well, I need to make progress, people like that.
on dry land.
Let's hope they like stroganoff.
But with Advance planning to spend an eye-watering amount of public money on the rescue craft, we asked Patrick Bannon to find out what we
Yeah, I mean, I think people would like that. It's showing progress.
What are your thoughts on the costs of the rescue? What are your thoughts on the costs of the rescue?
What's your mouth out with so? You can't put a value on human life. You have to spend whatever it takes, because one day you might be trapped in an underwater cave system and you would want exactly the same.
I don't think so, actually, because for legal reasons, I'm actually not allowed within 31 yards of the coastline. Not allowed within 31 yards of the coastline.
I am not a number. Applications finally opened today for the new Advanced Team membership cards, a scheme by the government to allow fast access to all the new public services being introduced daily.
The team membership cards are entirely voluntary, but will be recognised as legal identification by all major organisations, including the police, banks, and rightfully, pubs and banks.
Well, at least neutral, and if we hate it, our people hate it.
It all seems too good to be true.
Well, you've always been a cynic. But most importantly, what should you...
Okay, yeah, it seems too good to be true, so people
membership cards about the new team
might not like that.
Team membership cards?
Absolutely bloody
Team membership cards?
That's the thin end of the wedge, isn't it, Iris? First it's, can I see your identification? And then it's would you mind bending over the table? And then it's would you mind bending over. So Sergeant State Educated and Constable Regional Accent here can stick their truncheon up here. There it is!
Crikey!
They should call them what they are. They should call the ID cards. Oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris? Oh, for Christ's sake, what is it, Iris?
I'm really not happy, Algernon! Crikey. Crikey.
And finally tonight, getting stuck in, and finally shameless attempt to cash in on his bad boy status, shamed celebrity Johnny Hamsleeves announced a new line of real ale at a press conference earlier today.
The new brew, entitled Headbutt Ale, in reference to his controversies.
Well, at least he's making the most of it, but he certainly has problems, type of thing, so neutral.
So what should we all think of Johnny's latest attempt to market his notoriety? Patrick?
Don't really care, love.
Your thoughts there.
Later tonight, in a break from our usual responsibilities, Jeremy will be taking popular rapper Jesus to task over his street credibility. And then we'll both be meeting the team behind the new play that's got theatre critics buzzing with anticipation.
That's all coming up on tonight's National Nightly News. National Nightly News. Tonight, let's return to our main story.
With the shine coming off Advance's popularity,
and the honeymoon period pretty much over.
The National Nightly News has spared no expense in bringing you the response to today's sanctions from across the continent.
Joining us to help digest this shocking development are Prime Minister Peter Clement from his home in Lancashire.
And from Urkistan Foreign Minister Ivan Vodovich.
It's a great pleasure. Miss Wolf, you like...
And from Svenland, Minister of Mojo. And from Svenland...
Hey everybody!
Minister Vodovich, your country pushed especially hard for these sanctions. Any regrets?
My only regret is I was not able to see the face of my old friend Peter Clements when the results of the vote were announced. As you say, he has one up in your bottoms. As you say, he has one up in your bottoms.
We try not to gloat, actually. In Svenland, it's seen as really ugly and dangerous to some small creatures, yeah?
Oh, don't worry, Minister. Ivan and I go way back. He's a wind-up merchant who can't put for shite. Trying to get a rise out of me.
You're like a man who load dissidents onto train to labor camp, not because of love of country, but to make up the size of his tiny penis. No more than you. I see your saw an election night with mouth like man thinks he's singing beautiful lullaby. But actually he's squealing like a pig in hands of Randy Big Dick Farmer.
Actually, we Svenlandians, we aren't size obsessed. We value passion, yeah. Like the way we spoke up for Mr. Clements' country at the World Council. Mr. Clements' country at the World Council.
And high and mighty, but where were you for the actual vote then? Up fingering each other's fjords.
Actually, that's kind of racist. And if you must know, I've had like a really tiring afternoon on my tongue. Like a really tiring afternoon on my tongue.
Prime Minister, with Advance's popularity on the wane...
You don't have to bring that up every given opportunity, you know. Every given opportunity,
He's like a man who thinks he's sniffing flowers in his beautiful way. But he's actually standing under outflow pipe from shit factory at shit flushing time. On day of village festival of shit. On day of village festival at 19th hole.
Minister Vodovich believes that left to their own devices, people will behave selfishly.
Nature of all beasts.
However,
nature of all beasts.
However, we think our citizens are capable of being more.
Pathetic idealism.
Minister Björk, Finland has long had radically different traditions and culture from the rest of the world, and yet it peacefully coexists. Why do you think that is?
Well, you know, I think maybe the world sees us as something they can actually spiritually be enlightened to, yeah?
Yeah, or maybe it's the orgy houses. Yeah, or maybe
sometimes, when foreign dignitaries come to visit us, they're actually quite skeptical, actually quite skeptical. So we take them on a visit to the Donga district and show them what like a progressive enlightened society looks like, yeah?
Shit of bull. Svenland is like woman who thinks she makes best cake in village hot baking contest. And then when she slices it open, it just full of piss and cum.
That's just really gross, actually. That's just really
Svenland is
gross.
a teeny tiny country. With population smaller than number of people, Peter Clements is sex with his teeny tiny penis.
It's not all about size, actually. It's not all
That's what
about
Peter
size,
Clements always claimed.
I'm talking about population size.
I'm talking about Peter Clements' teeny tiny.
Oh, fuck off, Ivan!
Prime Minister, please.
It's so easy to sit on your pile of money and go, idiot pal. You're a shite leader. A fucking god-awful golfer. And quite frankly,
I don't think I need this second one going.
you're a bit of a cunt.
Prime Minister, please.
It's you who is cunt.
Minister Vodovich, please.
Your people are fucking starving, pal.
We will see how well fed your people are when the sanctions start to bite. You think you're man like big, scary wolf person terrorizing village, when actually a pathetic goose person searching puddle for tiny dropped-off penis.
Why are you so obsessed about small cocks, mate?
In Finland, we believe like the size of your penis isn't as important as the love it contains, yeah?
Oh, fuck off, yeah.
Okay, if everybody could just calm down.
You're so smug on golf course. They are like man who fuck pig and somehow give birth to beautiful lady girl. But now you start to see, yes? The people never happy. It's never enough.
It's certainly true that Advance's popularity
It's on the fucking wane. Yeah, let's go with this bollocks again, shall we? Actually, you know what? Nah, fuck this. I'm done with this.
Prime Minister, please don't storm out.
No. I have had enough of you, Mr. Jeremy Donaldson, and your snide asides. You think you could make a better job of things, do ya? Because it's not that fucking easy, let me tell ya. Your channel is a fucking disgrace. You insinuate and edit against us and pick your headlines so people don't trust us. The sooner you roaring monsters are taken into public ownership, the happier everyone in this country will be.
Well, we've not got long until the adverts, so...
I'm sorry for the outburst, Miss Wolf. Julia thinks very highly of you, and I know you're not the one making the editorial decisions.
Do any of you have anything you wish to add about the sanctions?
My work here is done. I like man who happy he lie down with fatty, drunk, easy girl from village inn, who discover in morning he wake up next to beautiful news reporter lady.
You know, I think it would be a terrible shame, yeah, if the people of your country were to suffer because of teenage grudges and personal rivalries, yeah.
Thank you. Prime Minister?
This country, this wonderful, civilized, creative, inventive country, We're not scared of these sanctions. There's no wolves at our door, only the best of people striving to help out. So no, Ivan, we're not afraid. In fact, I doubt we'll lose a wink of sleep because we're strong and we're well resourced. And we don't back down to bullies.
And on that note, we have to wrap up.
Ministers, Prime Minister, thank you for joining us.
We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute back.
Peter, you're so easy. So many buttons to push.
Piss off, Ivan.
Well, I see you at Grange this weekend.
No, I've got meetings. Some tossers impose sanctions on the country.
Well, shit.
I mean, wow.
So that happened. Roaring monsters.
Public ownership.
You two are like a couple who think you are king and queen of village when actually you are just puppets on this string of evil shitty hand puppet legs.
New government censorship should show up in blue.
Oh, okay.
Regular censoring. Keep an eye out for the advanced blue wave.
Government censorship. Oh god, okay. That was an A+, nice.
Are you still meant to bow to foreign royalty?
What?
Should I just like curtsy?
Hang on. Are
I
they
guess it'd
giving
be
you the
her
crown
sense of
principle?
him, yeah.
What?
Meghan?
This is Jeremy and he'll be interviewing you.
Yo, thanks
Oh,
for
it's the
having me on the
rapper,
show,
okay.
man.
It's quite all right.
Yo, just a quick one. You're not going to ask me about the chimp, are you?
Live in 10 seconds.
Because he put that get up on himself. I'm just saying.
Going in 5, 4.
Condoms suck.
Welcome back. I'm Megan Wolf. Later, we have an exclusive first look at a theatrical sensation everyone's going to be talking about. But first, it's time to go over to the culture spot with lovely old Jeremy Donaldson, who's joined by a very special guest. Jeremy.
Thanks, Megan. I have the honour and privilege of being joined by hip-hop royalty. He's been called the son of the streets and the father of truth. Not sure how that works, but whatever. Let's welcome Jesus!
Thanks, Jeremy. Yeah, it's a real honor to be here on your show, The News. You know, as a kid on the streets, I used to watch you through a window of the shop, so to be here right now is crazy.
You've had quite the journey to be here today. Can you tell us about it?
Well, you know, I try not to, well, you know, the past is the past, and I don't like to dwell on it.
I understand. You
But yeah, man, the streets is all I remember. Like, my mother donated me to a charity shop soon after I was born. Elderly lady took pity on me. You know, she let me sleep on a pile of crime fiction until I taught myself how to walk.
Wow, that's quite the childhood.
And she died tragically, right there in my arms, man. You know, I remember a tear falling as she laid there next to the used homeware. And in that moment, I became a child of the streets. I was just 18 months old.
18
What a
months
tale.
old.
What a tale. You're known for your direct and honest lyrics. Was your style informed by your troubled past?
Well, like I said, I try not to talk about it. It's just too hard.
Of course.
But my first album is about the story of the first 4 times I stole, so I wouldn't starve. A small group of infants came to see me as their de facto leader. They call me Mr. Cheese Slice. Anyway, we were like a family.
So it would seem. Recently, you've been quite outspoken about the government.
Yeah, fuck the government. Fuck Advance. Fuck Peter Clement.
What is it that you object to so vehemently?
Well, you know, they stole from us. They're taking our money and spending it, man.
Redistributing it. Actually, homelessness has been all but eliminated in the last couple of months.
So?
Surely that's a cause close to your heart?
Yeah. Nah, of course, man. Very much so. I just mean, like,
Yeah,
why do
so?
I have to pay for it, you know?
You don't. People have been rehoused on property seized from the historically wealthy. And that couldn't have been you, could it?
Look, yeah. I worked hard to be here. I built this from nothing, and I deserve to be rewarded for that.
Would you say you worked harder than, say, a farmer or a care worker?
I don't know. But if people are taking something from my music, choose to value it, buy it, who's to say I don't? And no one can take that away from me.
Not even to help, say, vulnerable children? Mr. Cheese Slice.
What is it you're trying to say?
I just don't understand where you've placed yourself politically. I mean, is it ideological or is it tactical?
Well, it's more of a
Or maybe it's hereditary.
Stop trying to tie me in knots with your words, Jeremy. I let the music speak for itself. And the people agree with me.
Well, that remains to be seen. But you have given me a very easy segue out of a conversation that I promise you was much more painful for me than it was for you. So here he is with his hit song, Mrs. Ludlow's Tears.
Oh, no. I'm going to do something a little different. It's a new single I've been working on.
Oh, so this is,
Uh-oh.
approved, is it?
Yeah. You love it.
Excellent. Don't worry, we've got a state-of-the-art censorship system. What's the worst that could happen?
Great.
So here he is with a new song. Aren't we lucky? It's Jesus!
First, you're gonna pay up. You're gonna pay back.
Well, we're all different races from many different places. At any given moment, only one could be the greatest. So you can feel elation from your participation. Still two leaders in this motherfucking nation. Now we're getting sanctioned, talking about expansion. Why does Julius require a massive fucking mansion? So fuck all your schemes. I don't need your freaky team, and I don't need your help to achieve my fucking dreams. So don't make a fuss when you find you're one of us. Yeah, every single one of you's a bit Jesus. And you can call me crazy, cause no one ever pays me. But I won't waste a lifetime being motherfucking lazy. I may be inventive, my taste may be expensive. But why would I get out of bed with no fucking incentive? Although it's contravention of your obvious intention. I like to eat a little of the fruits in my invention. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. The best of the praise of the crest of the wave. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. It's time to spawn a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. So this is for the snubs, ones the push and the shove, ones the folks that feel the burden of their motherfucking loved ones, ones who had plenty like a motherfucking Bentley, the ones who now find that their bank accounts are empty, the ones of aspiration who had to flee a nation, the ones who built a business out of dreams of perspiration. There's all sorts of people, the good and the evil. It only takes a glance to see we're not all equal. You make us the same, but we're not all the same. All our dreams, all our schemes, all our means are not the same. And the best of the brave serve the crest of the ways. Cause we're only equal people when we're motherfucking slaves. Gonna take this fact, gonna stain it red. Gonna slam it into Peter Clemens' motherfucking head. Cause he's thick as
Oh, got all that shit. I was looking at the screens.
Get out of your seats, get your asses in the streets, set a fire in the building, let them feel some fucking heat. Say you hate to go getters, you're squilling bed getters, and burn them on the powers of
I have no idea what I'm switching to. Just picking different cameras. I can't see him. I don't want to stay on these ones too long.
Cause he's thick as shit, he's got a job he's unfit for. Time to spawn a castle with a motherfucking pitchfork. Chase that dream, you don't need a fucking team. And advances, little dances aren't as harmless as it seems. Cause they're stale and corrupt, then you're angry or wrong. Then your hearts and your minds and your fists to destruct.
Jesus there with his new song. Thank you so much for joining us in the studio. I'm sorry. I may not agree with you, but I'd just like to offer you an apology. I've just been told that there was some kind of issue upstairs and an attempt was made to censor some of your lyrics.
What? Are you joking?
Oh, God.
I'd just like to say to you and everyone at home that this was a mistake.
This is absolutely ridiculous. I cannot believe this.
Here at the National Nightly News, we pride ourselves on remaining neutral, unbiased, and independent of any outside interference. You have my word. We will never censor ideas. Back to you, Megan.
Well, a bit of dangerous language there. Sorry about that. Well, thank you to little Jeremy Donaldson for providing.
I mean, I missed a
culture
few.
for us.
Hopefully, it
Coming
shouldn't
up, we'll be speaking
affect
to
too
a couple of
much.
familiar faces about their upcoming dramatic outing. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
That's the ad.
Just a reminder. Fixing that old VCR.
Yeah.
Fast ad break.
Is just a
Oh, because that's broken.
I'm
Gotta.
sure.
Okay,
Now,
I see.
come with me. I really do have to ask
Oh,
you to
trust me.
leave it.
My father's going to hear about this.
I understand. This is unbelievable, Megan.
I don't know what you're talking about, Jeremy.
See? Okay, so they're not too lenient. Again, there were mistakes there, so understandable, but I guess it kind of makes sense. I thought it'd be more so like a B. If there's minuses, like maybe a B minus, but that's close enough to a C if there are minuses. And we got nothing else.
No, here we go.
Oh, shut up. Stop it.
Look at him.
If we could just get you in position.
Oh, say no more. Say no
Start
more.
with them, obviously.
Jeremy, you remember Mr. Algebra?
Vividly.
And Mr. Harris, and this is Ms. Radin.
What?
Philippa, please.
You're back together again, eh? Who'd have thought it?
Perhaps a lower order demon.
Yes, it is awfully exciting, isn't it?
Right, okay then. We're going live in 10 seconds, opening on camera 1.
Yep.
Sorry. Cheers.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. And no, you're not mistaken. Sitting across from us are some very familiar faces.
You really are too kind, Megan. It was only a yogurt commercial, but I'm still proud of it.
Here to talk about his new show, we're joined by National Treasure Tommy Harris, the National Theatre's Philippa Radin, and National Deficit Jeff Algebra.
It's so lovely to have you all. Tommy, would you like to tell us about the show?
You know what? I'd bloody love to. It's about me. It's about my life.
And where did the idea come from?
So, right, picture this. Their legs akimbo, mid-session, sweat is pouring out of me like an immense hog. And then Cindy comes in, she says, Pete's on the phone.
That's Peter Clement, the Prime Minister.
Yeah, Pete's actually a really good mate of mine.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, no, he comes to training sometimes. He's actually a pretty good goal sweeper. Anyway, so, yeah, Pete, he says, Toby, he thinks my name's Toby, see? He says, how would you like to spread your message of team spirit and cooperation across this fractured nation? How would you like to really make a difference in these desperate times?
What did you say?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, Jeff, the question on everyone's lips is, what in God's name are you doing here?
Well, after the success of my debut work and all the people that I've touched, I knew that I had a career in theatre. Yeah? I've always been an admirer of Tommy from afar. So when my manager phoned and said that I'd been offered the gig as director, I was ecstatic. I whipped my trousers off and got straight to work.
Why did you do that?
I do all my best work with my trousers off.
Yeah, I've been told that too.
No, I wouldn't say so.
Right, Tommy, sorry, would you just give us a sense of what the show is actually about?
It's about how hard it's been for me and some of the struggles that I've faced. It's like really getting to the heart of how tough it is to be me. I call it Tommy Harris, Jesus, that was hard.
It's catchy. We actually have some clips of the process of the show. Would you mind telling us what's going on here?
Yeah, so the show is built around two things that are very important to me. It mixes scenes from my life as well as epic fantasy retellings of scenes from my life.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
I'm sorry, son. But you're an embarrassment.
But Dad, you promised you'd come to my graduation.
Back, demon! Back to the hells!
Wow. Philippa, what's it been like co-starring with Tommy Harris?
I've always dreamed of treading the boards at medium-scale regional theatres, Megan. And for once, this show really gives me something to sink my teeth into.
What's different about this show, then?
Tommy, Mr. Harris's show really
That's
lets me show
B-roll.
my tremendous range as an actor. I've always suffered from typecasting, forced to play the same tired characters in every god-awful yogurt advert or godforsaken soap opera or, God forbid, a pantomime. But, you know, this show has really let me just go there.
Jeff, the viewers at home will be dying to know exactly what is it that you bring to the show?
Oh, good question. I think these guys would agree with me when I say that it's my steady hand on the tiller, my arm round the shoulder approach that's really brought the production from strength to strength.
Absolutely right. Jeff's contributions are immeasurable. He was our rock.
Can you give us a sneak peek of anything else that might be in the show?
Yeah, all sorts, yeah.
We've got lots of exclusive first-hand experiences of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
And some epic fantasy retellings of Tommy's time in the underground sports board scene.
You'll never take the sacred pass! And am I right in saying this was officially commissioned by the government?
Yeah, all paid for by the taxpayer, which, you know, to be honest, was actually a lifesaver, really.
I think it's fair to say that without Advance's support, we'd have had to cut the finale.
Which, frankly, would have been a travesty.
Oh, God, Jesus Christ!
Goodness, and you do this every night?
Absolutely. It's a metaphor.
For what?
Death.
And the public are footing the bill, are they?
Too bloody right they are. Between the cost of my tour bus and the dry cleaning of my ties, I'm barely scraping a profit here.
Amazing. And where can the folks at home come and see this for themselves?
We're performing all over the nation.
And people can see it for absolutely free, all courtesy of Advance. Isn't that incredible, Jeremy?
Yes, it's unbelievable, Megan.
Well, thank you all so much for coming. Next time we see you, no doubt you'll have taken our jobs.
Yeah.
That's all we have time for tonight. Join us tomorrow when I'll be interviewing the world's most attractive horse. I'm Jeremy Donaldson.
And I'm Megan Wolfe. And from all of us here, have a peaceful night.
That's the ads. Let's get reset for tomorrow, please.
Hey, we must stop bumping into each other like this, eh?
Lifeless hair, fed up with dry and brittle split
Hear the
ends.
commercials at least halfway.
Hello to acid gastrique.
Ah, B. Okay. I think why was that not an A? Felt like that was pretty good. Unless I wasn't supposed to cut to the B-roll, which I assumed I was. That's why they were showing it, but maybe not. And you're looking up, okay. Oh.
It's a lazy Sunday afternoon in summer, with you and Sam making the most of both kids being out of the house. You bang your head coming out of the cupboard, with the last 2 slices of homemade cake. Underscore, it used to be much easier when you could store things in the pantry. It's rare for you and Sam to actually get to finish sweet things in this house, and you savor every moment. Just as you take your last bite, you hear the sound of the front door slamming. That'll be Charlie back from the go. Getters. You can hear him practically running to come find you, and he's grinning from ear to ear when he finally does. I have some really big news. You and Sam play along, sitting attentively with bated breath.
Is it something to Alt-Tab out? There you go. Probably the voice reader, but still.
Ready? Charlie asks, as you both nod enthusiastically. With a flourish, he reveals a new badge from his pocket and proudly presents it to you both to examine, as he announces. As of today, I'm a member of the first tier of Cohesion Cadets. There's way more stuff I'm gonna be doing and I'll be working some weekends, but it's really cool.
So this is the government stuff that we let him join. You and Sam bring back at your son. Thrilled that he's happy and doing well. Oh, what the hell?
Shopping, something that always seemed so tedious before the sanctions, has become even more of a chore now. You managed to get almost everything you needed for the family this evening, but you'll have to come back tomorrow to get through the week. There's a queue to leave the car park, though it's hard to make out why in the dark, hopefully. Whatever's causing it won't be long. As the final car in front of you drives off, you realize the queue is actually due to a checkpoint set up at the exit. A friendly-looking man in an advanced uniform, CCO emblazoned in a number of places on it, approaches your car and knocks on the driver's side window. You roll it down. Good evening. Nothing to worry about. I was just wondering if I could see your team membership card, please. Weren't these cards supposed to be voluntary? I'm sorry. I don't have one.
And now I'm gonna start not liking this.
That's not a problem. We've got forms with us right here, and we're more than happy to sign you up. The man gestures to his colleague behind him, a young woman in a similar uniform. She clearly received the short end of the stick and is stuck with the paperwork.
I thought these cards weren't required. Hey, a non-existent person. Appreciate it, man.
Well, strictly speaking, they're not, but there's also loads of benefits to having them, and no reason not to get one. His smile fades a bit, and when he puts a hand up to scratch the of his neck for a moment, he leans over you, his presence now seeming a little intimidating.
No thanks. It's not something I want right now.
Almost instantly, the friendly demeanor is gone and his expression is one of stern disapproval. Well, obviously I can't make you sign up, but I would strongly recommend you do, and soon. We wouldn't want people to think you had anything to hide, would we? He takes a step back and gestures for you to drive on. You're sure you see him writing something down in your rearview mirror. As you head home somewhat more hurriedly than before, clearly Advance are very keen on everyone joining the team.
Yep. Now we don't like it.
It's a Saturday, one of your few days off, and you've made the most of it. But as late afternoon draws on, the invitation sits pinned to the fridge, staring accusingly at you. The Channel 1 Gala is a mandatory work event. Boseman was very quick to tell you, also. Don't you dare be late.
Oof, we had to bail again. Alright.
Best start getting ready. You wonder if Sam will give you a lifted drink or two might help with the enforced office socializing. Hopefully it won't be too bad. After all, you're pretty good at your job, right? You arrive on time, barely, at the Salvanian, one of the oldest and grandest hotels in the capital. You're surprised to see a queue to get in, and quickly realize it's because people are being searched at the door by some very military-looking personnel in smart attire. While you're waiting, you can't help but notice just how very opulent the building is, possibly the fanciest place you've been to in your life. You submit to being patted down and, with a sigh of relief, are let into the hotel. Once inside, you're directed to the grand ballroom, and following the signs, you marvel at the sheer scale of the place, and the amount of armed security guards. When you finally arrive, a very severe-looking woman at the door asks for your name. I'm Alex Winston. She curtly checks her list, before whispering something to the waiter beside her. You've made it just in time to be seated before dinner. Please, follow Emmanuel here to your table. The waiter smiles at you and opens one of the great double doors, gesturing for you to enter. Immediately, you can see why it's called the Grand Ballroom. You pause for a second to take it all in. You feel a slight tap on your arm, and Emmanuel gestures for you to follow him. He seats you at a table in the central floor area, with a decent view of the stage. Clearly you're in Boseman's good books at the moment. You're sat with some colleagues you've seen around the Channel 1 offices before but don't know that well. One of them informs you, far too excitedly, it's a very corporate evening of awards and speeches. At least the food should be good. Dinner is indeed lovely, and with the help of the, no doubt very expensive, wine, conversation flows easily enough. In fact, much to your surprise, you're actually presented with an award for Best Newcomer to the Channel 1 family.
Okay.
Well, this was unexpected. As you walk up to collect it, you recognize the presenter as Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey, of Incisors fame. He thanks Advance for sponsoring this year's gala, before specifically thanking Prime Ministers Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement for being in attendance tonight. As you take to the stage, you see the frontmost central table does indeed seat the Prime Ministers, as well as Boseman, Meghan and some other very well-to-do types that you don't recognize. That explains all the security. As you're handed the award, Dr. Atkinson Blimey asks if you'd like to say a few words.
So obviously again, we're role-playing, this is not going to go over well, but in the moment my character makes a joke thanking Dave for fleeing the country and leaving me his job.
Most of the room breaks out into polite laughter, but you see that neither of the Prime Ministers cracks so much as a smile, and nor does Boseman. He's too busy, frantically flipping between examining Peter and Julia for a reaction, and glaring daggers at eventually. They join in the light applause as Adrian ushers you back to your seat. That may not have been the smartest move.
I know.
Just as you're finishing up dinner, one of the other people at your table points behind you. As you turn, you see Boseman walking briskly past, with Julia Salisbury and Peter Clement in tow. You're pretty sure he was pointedly ignoring you. He seems to be introducing the Prime Ministers to a selection of people at different tables, better them than you. You finish off the rest of the meal, listen to the last few speeches and then head home. All in all, it was a surprisingly nice evening. You might actually look forward to the next one, providing Boseman invites you to one, of course.
Alright, things are going to start going bad. We're seeing the issues, and now we kind of made a joke, but might be labeled problem. I'm the Bumblings. Great.
What, you got someone to hose down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just strapped on their wax wings.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air conditioning.
You know, I genuinely thought you'd be in a better mood today. She's not even here.
Yes, but he is. Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I don't know what the fuck his name is, do I?
He's here to keep us safe from people like Disrupt.
More like keep us in line. I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening, I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight. Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th week. In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
Ever since these illegal sanctions were imposed, we have gratefully relied upon trade and aid from our worldwide friends who, like us, refuse to recognize their legitimacy. Today's escalation, however, is nothing short of an act of war. We call upon our international allies to condemn this blockade absolutely, and we warn aggressors to this country that we are neither meek nor defenseless. Thank you.
Beer in the headlights. Burgeoning brewmeister Johnny Hamsleeves has today launched a new marketing campaign to revitalise the image of his unpopular Headbutt Ale. Adamant that his craft brew could be a commercial success if only he could get in front of the right audience, Johnny's gone to surprising lengths in his latest PR stunt.
That's surprising.
In a move he's calling groundbreaking, and his accountants are calling irresponsible, Johnny has launched 1,000 bottles of beer into the stratosphere, where they've now settled into geostationary orbit. He's hailing it as a landmark achievement, while scientists are condemning his cosmic fly tipping. In it to win it, exciting news from Advance today, with the announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take-up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Hard pill to swallow. Throngs of men take the streets in response to the release of new pharmaceutical responsibility. Remington Smith's revolutionary male contraceptive pill first hit our shelves earlier this month, and as a result, scores of men have been queuing around the block and around the clock ever since. Emergency departments across the developed world have seen waiting times skyrocket over the last several weeks, as men have been on the pill experience side effects in greater numbers than expected. With some pointing the finger squarely at the manufacturing giant, a spokesman was swift to point out that they just don't care. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now, but hope is on the horizon as the expedition leader is announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. A respected professional with decades of experience, training and knowledge, Captain Audrey Aerospace is said to be the only real choice to successfully save the troubled scientific excursion, but an unfortunate one to be sat next to at a dinner party or social occasion. Life during wartime. As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protest, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Advance have yet to comment. The reckless fire will certainly be remembered by all those who have seen these striking images. As their actions escalate, people across the country are asking themselves, who are Disrupt, and what exactly do they want? Other than a new box of matches, of course. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship, and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
I'll have to turn it back on? Oh shit, turned off.
First tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the people of this great nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather.
So that's what you meant by the power. I thought you meant this power would turn off. I see.
On sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan, how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns of the University of Princeford. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their sunstroke and fossil fuels in peace.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no cause for any concern here. I've actually left my car running.
So tell us about this experiment.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer, and very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Remington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go.
friends. Ha! As expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Right, but obviously you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so... You know.
Well, actually, under concern level, it just says, why, God, why?
We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
There we are. We need to evolve gills within 40 years.
You look thirsty.
Here it just says, shit, shit, shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit, shit,
there you go.
shit,
Much
shit.
better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing all of this.
Everyone, we don't have long. Time is running out.
It's running out. Absolutely right. That is all we have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
There you are. Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolfe, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolfe there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe, a janitor at the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet. Both of you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel?
Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good, yeah.
And all that we had to do was fill in a quick form or two.
Wow, that sounds so convenient. But we're all dying to know, what have you won?
That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julia Salisbury at one of the capital's top restaurants.
Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon.
I've written a poem about it.
So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza.
So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh. How unexpected.
I don't polish turds. I write poetry.
Potato, potato. So, Gary...
Do you think Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe?
There's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
No, thank you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Oh. Oh.
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming. It's inspiration and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Today on the show there's no news. Just a man who keeps multiple poos.
Here, this bigger is my favourite. See how it's fibrous, really lovely texture.
Would you encourage other people to enter for their chance to win?
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
The national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which has recently voted the smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else. Barry Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the stink?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you. You can tell that, look at him, proud as punch. Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town. No, I don't. Living in the shadow of Arseminster. Oh, smug fucks. But who's laughing now, eh?
Say what, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built Flard factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
Does this stink not affect your life in every way, Barry? I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's the sickness?
Oh, that's nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the water main, but I think it's probably the few valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next recording is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
Oh, that's not really a problem, little song of my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now. Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous, why didn't you tell me? I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon, feel the Bannon. Oh, man, what's the point?
And the ennui. All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
Nana Dottie? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh, don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels. Right, that's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Barry. With a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
1 minute.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest. Advance may request some censorship if it goes too off-topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone happy, so let's keep up the good work.
And I can't do this anymore.
You say this every
Friday.
We've done something.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still.
Roller coaster. We've got none of that, but I can tell you what we do have. Danger cars.
Danger cars.
This way. Stay with us in our rustic accommodation with all the
That's what I'm
facilities
talking
you'd
about.
expect.
Cats football?
Water.
We should be doing an interview with the War Minister or a report from Grantham Downs. Even the weather will be more fucking relevant than
With our
this.
fantastic live entertainment, actual
Oh,
activities.
why did it want me to censor that when it wasn't live?
Which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
Local attractions like
I can't do this anymore, Jane. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5?
Bomblets. We'll take the whole
5,
family.
4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Welcome back to your host, the National Nightly Jeremy Donaldson. Me, your host. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes,
Isn't that
that's right.
Miss Piercy?
Yes,
Yes.
that's right.
Tell us, what brought all this on? Tell us, what
It's all a
brought
bit
all
of
this
a
on?
blur, Jeremy. It's all a bit of a frank with you. So I was watching your show, and I remember seeing the news about the election, and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological four-boil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace. We're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties. And it's disgusting. And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that right?
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they've asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
Do people tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised
Way too early.
at how
Oh.
much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson, that's absolute rubbish.
What'd it be like to have a pair of tits?
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
A fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, I didn't say.
Well, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on!
This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once!
Enough! That's enough! Enough!
What are you doing?
Trying not to piss myself.
Alex, cut.
Don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. Now, you in the broadcast centre, Bozeman's little scapegoat, you listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio.
Jeremy, think about what
I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brinks of a siege the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Right then. You in the broadcast centre. Alex, you listen to me. You pay attention. Now, I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right. There is a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of the machines, and when I say so, and not before, you play it. You've got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
I assume you won't be playing that tape. This station does not negotiate with terrorists. I hope I've made myself clear. You see,
We have to.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or banal. We're going to show the other side for a bit. For a bit of fucking balance. Like the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. No, I don't want to hurt any of you.
I'm doing it.
If I see anything
I'm doing it
I
to
don't
save
like,
them.
I will not hesitate to start.
Oh, Alex, you're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you
Reset
read
the
the
system
Bible.
for the 3rd second. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
On your walls. You've heard them talk about us on the news. We are Disrupt. We are the Resistance. It's time you knew the truth. You know Advance are lying to you. You know the elderly are not a burden. You know the rich were not all evil. And you know the team membership card is an ID card, no matter what they try to tell you. But why
I
should
got an
you
A+
trust us?
when I made some mistakes. They were
On the
minor, but
faceless
still.
organization. A shadowy figure with a distorted voice. You've seen it so many times in the movies. Well, this is not a movie.
Okay.
My name is Alan James. I used to try and shock people for a living, for entertainment. But now we live in a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedoms. They are coming for the fruits of our labors. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling throughout. They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns. But you don't have to accept it. A great many people already won't. You can resist. You can disrupt. Find us. Talk with us. Join us. It isn't hard. We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had a speech, look. But this was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy?
It was supposed to be your day off.
God, please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny?
You're already live.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two new guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is, what's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. it's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I couldn't say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what you want me to say.
Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you
A
later.
little early, but it's fine.
Jenny?
I don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. Who'd want to do this? Jenny, why did you join the National Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
Well, there is a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that hood came down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... He wasn't there.
God,
I didn't know it was
sorry.
Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously, Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. is popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grantham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
What? I don't understand.
Do you want my help,
Yes,
Andy?
yes, whatever you say, yes.
Security are here, Jeremy.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. They will kill you. Please, don't make me watch that.
Of course. You're right. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. You can put the card down now, Andy. You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there. We're nearly done. All cameras on me. This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of, whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves. Anyway, that's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast in the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up shit creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's all so fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried it. I loved the news. And now, well...
God, Jeremy, don't!
I've tried my best to be honest with you, but this just isn't the mood anymore. And I'm sorry.
Ads.
I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
I've let you down.
Please, we can't show
All
this.
of you.
Cut to the ads.
My name's Jeremy
Now!
Donaldson.
Do it now!
I did it. Again, made some mistakes, but A+. Okay. A+ all around. Nice. I think we'll do one more segment. Generous bonus, really, even though I played the ad. I don't know if cutting was good or bad, like for the government, we'll say. Again, I'm making choice for me, not for that, but I'm just curious. Getting resistance up.
You wake up, still partly in shock from what you saw on the news last night, what you had to edit on the news last night. When you come downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room, waiting for you. You take a seat on the sofa next to Sam. Sam swallows, hesitating before starting. We were so worried about you last night, after that happened. Sam shakes their head, wonder what they'll do with him. Are you okay?
Can't shake the feeling he might be right.
Sam glances at Charlie, then back to you.
Who's working for
We saw
them.
that you chose to play. They paused before continuing, and I couldn't help but wonder why.
I didn't feel like I had a choice. Which is, again, I played it more so for the hostages, not for this, but you know.
What? That's not good enough. Disrupt our people. I can't believe you did that. Charlie's outburst seems to come out of nowhere, and no one in the room is for it. Do you even think about how this stuff affects people? You're a fucking idiot. Sam tries to interject, Charlie. But he's already slammed the Charlie always was a bit black and white about this sort of thing. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation, and somehow you managed to make the right call. Sam
Good.
throws their arms around you. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. You've never been so grateful to have Sam support you. You take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's all a lot to take in. You're not sure you've fully processed what happened last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it all. You sigh and absent-mindedly turn on the TV. It's nice you've at least got some company. The TV is playing through some old Western show, but it's not quite as distracting as you'd hoped. You are never going to please everyone.
Okay. 2 months later.
It's been 6 months since you and Sam last discussed Grandma's ever-increasing medical costs, and Emma, whilst very pleasant, has proved as expensive a nurse as you'd feared. You can't quite believe it's been that long already, but the sanctions are really starting to hit home now, and unfortunately the government's only solution to help the ailing elderly is a day trip to a transition center. Why does everything always seem to come back to money? This time it's you at the kitchen table, surrounded by bills and paperwork. When Sam comes to join you, today, Emma told you that there was really nothing more you could do, except an expensive, experimental, new treatment that might not even help. Sometimes, your mom wants the treatment. More often, she talks about visiting a transition center. It's hard to know which she really wants. Sam puts a hand on yours. What are we going to do, honey? She's your mother. It has to be your choice.
I don't think she wants to live like this anymore. It's hard, but it's time for the transition center.
These things are never really a choice. Hopefully the kids will understand. It was all you could do, given the circumstances. If only things had been different. Just as you're finishing up breakfast, Sam comes in with the post. Oh, we got a postcard from Susie. I hope she's having fun on her trip. Sam reads it aloud as you finish getting ready for work. So I've seen what feels like most of Irkeston, really cool place, but so cold. Hope Chippy enjoyed the gift. And before you say anything, yes, you were right to make me pack the extra pair of socks. Sam gives you a small kick under the table. Next, we got the train to Konoslava, much warmer, and loads of beaches to enjoy.
Music.
I could have stayed there forever, but had to head to San Palmerino before it got too cold, and I'm so glad we did. We've probably got 1 or 2 more stops before heading home, but I'll be back in time for Christmas, promise. Hope everyone's doing well. Love, Susie XXX. Sounds like it's been a hell of a trip. Worth every penny.
Week war. Uh-oh.
Good evening, Alex. It's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family. Just a heads up, we're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast, so keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
Okay, we have new thingies. Are these like sound effects? Cheering, laughing, oh, and booing. I gotta switch it on. Wait a minute.
Don't they?
At
You didn't hear this
8:30
from
p.m.
me,
it's over
but-
to Patrick Bannon for all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action from the
Apparently, there's a
semi-finals
crew
of
at
Pro
Team
Amateur
HQ right now.
Sports Board, the
I think she's giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it
At
on the late
9,
news.
it's our nightly
Oh, great.
walk
So they get the
from
brains and we get the
News team,
performing monkey.
Followed at 9:25 by our unsettling play,
Sometimes you sound just like him, you know.
which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are
one
you?
brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it is.
11:25, it's
Shit.
Miss Sizes.
Tonight,
Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey
I'm
will be
listening
getting
to
his
you
teeth into Fiona from Hamble Boundary.
Bible.
10 seconds, everybody.
Fun ship.
On the Humble Biscuit. And that takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
Crazy Neil.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's
I'm
time
intentionally
for
not playing
Megan
advanced
Bennett
commercials.
for the National
I'm
Night.
protesting
Good evening.
them.
This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolfe. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our armed services, those numbers will, tragically, only continue to rise.
Gotta be careful, like my character I'm talking here.
Advance's food
Whether I'm
program
intentionally,
moved from
that was
strength to
intentional to make the
strength
government look
today as
bad,
rationing depots were opened in the last
weigh it.
remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's agricultural coordination strategy has seen shelves restocked with increasing regularity. And judging by the looks on this happy family's faces, it can't come a moment too soon. They'll be getting a good meal tonight on the government, just like the rest of us. 7 days to die. The recent decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today been declared an overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider
Yeah, we
community.
supported that. So.
The transition centres have reported larger than expected numbers, but report that they are coping well and able to provide a complete and meaningful service to all who choose to use it. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card, a worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight. While applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipool. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. A representative from the Mankipool Community Cohesion Team described the event as mostly peaceful, but it looks like Disrupt aren't going quietly into the night. And finally tonight,
Jeremy?
our mutual friend. Bail was denied in the High Court today for shamed former National Nightly News anchor Jeremy Donaldson. The presenter will be transferred to new lodgings at Pension Ridge
This is where we have
Prison
to show
while
this.
the lengthy preparations for his trial, which is still 18 months away, begin. Since being taken into custody 10 weeks ago in this very studio, little has been heard from our former colleague. Despite how things ended, we wish him the best, and we'll be sure to bring you all the details of that court case every night. But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week, and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lamfordshire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
2, I'm a little overexcited to announce I'll be interviewing the one and only Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old mum used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister. Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new you? This new you?
Today, I spoke to the people of Mankley Pool.
Am I
When
doing
I
this
was
on
finished, I
purpose?
stuck
Yeah.
around.
Oh no, I gotta stop it.
We're blistering hot, as I'm sure you all remember.
Yeah.
And I were a bit wheezy.
I gotta stop it.
From all the cigars and
Or am I
all that.
keeping it?
And Mrs. C turns
I don't know
to me
which one.
after,
Actually, I
you
guess I
know,
gotta keep
after
this.
The signal dropped
There it
away.
is.
And she was in flood
Yeah,
of tears.
okay.
And she says, "Peace."
So I'm not actively letting them do that. My character right now. That was just an
So
accident
I
on me.
made a decision. And since that day, I have stopped smoking cigars. Except for Christmas. My birthdays. Weddings. State dinners. That's what I say. I can't as useless running backwards doesn't go anywhere. And apparently I'm
I mean,
going
this is
on
doing a good enough job anyway of showing the incompetence of the
and that should
government.
finish me off for bloody good.
Did you make the decision to holiday within the country this winter because of the blockade, Prime Minister?
Well, Mrs. C has never liked travelling at the best of times. These are certainly not the best of times, on that we can all agree. There's a lot of red tape involved in leaving the territory at the moment, as I'm sure you're all aware. Some of those forms are bastard long.
All in it.
What? All in it together. Oh, yeah.
Did he curse or something? I don't know why it beeped.
It doesn't seem very advanced to be
pay attention to this while also
going
using the
abroad when
hotkeys.
rest of
This-
the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail?
No one tells me anything, Peter. You should know that. Why don't you know?
Well, leaving that for a moment, it says on this card that a body like yours must take some planning to achieve. What's your morning routine?
Well, I have a frigid morning routine.
Rigid. It's rigid for fuck's sake!
Oh, yeah. A rigid and demanding plan that my doctor and personal trainer...
Who's your personal trainer?
Some prick called Clark. Is that on your card?
I thought you might wonder. Prime Minister, speaking of planning, with the blockade in its 20th week and the people of this country reeling from its effects, what plans do you have to get us out of this mess?
Well, that's a very blunt question, Miss
Surely
Wolf.
one for which you, the democratically elected Prime Minister, must have an answer.
Don't you get smart with me, Pat. I was a fucking national treasure before you were a twinkle in the milkman's scrotum. You want to talk about plans? Let me tell you about plans. That's all we do. Fucking plans and revised plans and then meetings to discuss the implementation of plans and plans and yet more planning for fucking plans and yet more fucking plans.
Well, that's good. That's good to know, Prime
Do you
Minister.
know, I used to really like you, Pat. You were a breath of fresh air. But I've been watching you, and you know what? You get more like you every day.
What's beeping? I don't get it.
I will take that.
Oh, because he's talking. Oh, fuck. Well,
Prime Minister, later on this evening, your
Goddamn.
co-leader Julia Salisbury is going to give a national address.
I thought I was
to
on
the
that.
Quarters. Can you give us a hint of what she's going to say?
Yes. Well, I imagine...
this one's not
that-
gonna be that great. The
Sorry,
hack
you
took so
imagine-
long. Missed one or two curses, but then that
what I mean is...
sitting
You
there
do
for a
know
while.
about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
On the cards, what else? A little piece of my life you want to rustle
Was that
through?
too long, I guess?
Yeah, refill my glass. Sir. Ah, come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Lil C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is.
Too early, maybe?
Do you think the C stands for...
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, actually, that does make more sense, actually.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. Except for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's
Yeah, that was
time
a
for the culture
clusterfuck.
spot with Lil C and a
This is gonna be a
world
bad
premiere
grade.
performance of a new song. I genuinely can't wait to hear that. We'll be back after this. 1 minute back, everybody. Hi, I'm Sophia Rimington, the CEO of Rimington's Fist, and I've been paying attention. I'm in trouble. The blockade around your country has left people struggling to find just the basics. So where on earth are you supposed to go for the other essentials? The things that make life worth living. What uncivilized? I read books.
I positively loathe these sanctions, Jane.
Cotton sucks.
The last time
It's
we
alright.
boiled a duck à l'orange.
I concur absolutely, Brian. There's barely enough milk to undermine the tea.
George,
You'll no doubt have spotted the updated mixing desk. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
So low.
One is certain a preferable way exists.
And you'd be right. We've had our biggest and best brains working on this for months, and we've got you covered with the Rimington's Fist Siege Survival Box. Inside every blockade-busting box, you'll find the things you really missed. A red wine where you can hardly taste the chemicals. Some rare meat we grew in our production laboratory. Chocolate so salty, you'd believe it came from Svenland. The list of luxuries is endless. At least 7. And we've
I've
even
never heard of
added
it
a
before.
random twist.
She's big, really.
One in every 100 boxes will contain
A golden flood! The kids go
Looks
mad.
like
hell's
they
this?
got lucky.
Putting
Remington's
his pants
Siege
on?
survival boxes. So good you'll believe they were made somewhere else.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for coming back. Later, we have an exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie May in All My Daughter's Children's Men, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart
Okay.
records at the age
I'm
of
locking
just
it in.
20. Let's give it
Gotcha.
up and welcome Lil C. May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but I'm somewhat of a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you. I've never actually heard of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know. So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that, like, annoying little girl from that show to that, like, sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Not really, it was just like any other morning. You know, get up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings from my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short. I didn't know you'd been estranged.
So, yeah.
There's nothing
Miley
that strange
Cyrus.
about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but there really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
Uh-huh. So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as my manager says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right? So what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Your manager again?
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dance and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh. Well, yeah, I mean, we're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yeah, it's from my album Put It In My A Together and it's out tomorrow.
So soon, after the last one?
Oh yeah, I've actually released 2 albums since lunchtime and a clothing line during this interview. See, this is called Cry for Help and it's going to be in all the best high street and retailer shops and it's out now. So girlies, you know what to do. Scream and cry until somebody gets it for you.
Ooh. There she goes. Blimey. All these projects, they're keeping you very busy, aren't they? It must be tough.
Yeah, it can get tough and I hate it sometimes and I hate myself. I just want to like cry into a bath of root veg. But then I think thousands of girls would do anything to be me, so I must be quite lucky.
Well, you know you don't have to do this though, don't you?
Yeah, I do think that sometimes. Most nights between like my 4th vodka and the 8th time a stranger slaps me around the arse. I think things could have been different.
Oh, fuck, I missed that.
But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Did you always want to do music?
Well, ever since I was a little girl, I did. I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I'd press record on my cassette, and then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practising again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud and you might just survive childbirth."
Well, you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
And on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it,
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know what, it's actually all right. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
All right then, well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure to chat to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh, so here's Lil C with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Force's favorite, the Queen of Teams, here to break in your blockades, Lil C.
Oh baby, can't you see I'm hungry? There's a place in me that's empty. I want that meat you're packing, only you can fill that crack in me. I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here, boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me, no dirty foreign member. Don't stop your morning drill, there's holes in me that ain't been filled yet. I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no Vickers, but I come in Spanish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die a team. So what a Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy. I wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions. I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone wanna see some action, so come and break my sanctions.
Super Miley Cyrus.
Well, if that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Lil C for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
When my husband became CEO of Pleasurecore, I wondered what the advantages would be for me.
Thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know. To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like this.
Don't worry about it. And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours.
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certainty. Like,
right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Bob Jeanshore?
Oh, my dad. Such a sweetheart. We both had the same agents, you know, like it just made sense. Both left for our image together. And Michael, I want to see the revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the Louvre guys. They say to draw pressure, I'm going to start using it.
This next section will need you to use all 4 of the sound effects to help things along. Try and pick the most appropriate one at each given moment. The actors can't hear what you're doing, so they'll be trusting you to make the right choices.
Yeah.
Do I look like the sort of person who counts things? No, not anymore. I'm better than that. I'll tell you what, just keep adding flowers until it feels nice.
Due to the ongoing military blockade, some destinations may differ from those featured in the advertisement, as the cruise now mainly takes place around St. Barney.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about our new feature all night, and now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It stars some top talent, and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePloon now. How'd you like that?
Oh, yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your wife.
Oh, God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Norm de Plume.
Yeah.
And,
British humor, I don't get it.
Why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro-team sitcom. And I heard my father's voice. It said, Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of this. So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Wow. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
Excellent, you're a natural. Keep it up.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young
I have to cue the laugh before he tells the joke.
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever become productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
Oh, I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
Oh, it's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
Oh, no. It's Brad.
No.
He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
What? Rad dudes?
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What did you say? Tutoring?
That's right. Maths is very important. Would you mind, Ray?
Not at all.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young and cool you are and not on your actions.
No doy.
So it wasn't you who vandalised my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes. What
I thought
a
doing him
wonderful
insulting her.
surprise. I now respect you as a man.
Put her there, Ray. Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
Uh-oh. Earthquake?
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we are picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be,
An attack?
what appear to be nuclear explosions in 4 major foreign cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into, they put them into millions. I'm being told we're experiencing some power shortages as a result, so apologies for the interruption. And apparently we can go live now to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment. Yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world. Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives simultaneously in 4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres and will not hesitate to detonate them if our conditions are not met in full and without delay.
I think I'm going to switch to the other broadcast in a second.
No longer tolerate your illegal and genocidal blockade. You are to remove it immediately.
Let her rant and then...
We will accept nothing less than your unconditional surrender. Your territories will be taken under our control. We will install replacement government. We will install replacement
Can we get this confirmed?
government.
Can we get this verified? I need this verified.
Are our people. They will finally be fed and clothed and educated and healed. But for your privileged few, the moment that they feel...
To our neighbours, this is unprecedented. Our government has committed multiple acts of mass destruction in our name.
A single shot.
Nor do I care how you voted. You didn't vote for this. None of us did. This can't be. We are awaiting further news and... Oh, God. What if they respond?
We will expect your complete acceptance of our terms by... Thank you. Thank you.
I don't really talk about my personal life in my job. It's not relevant or important. So many of you may be surprised to learn that I have a brother. His name is David. And right now I can't get his stupid face out of my head. He's a researcher and he's currently travelling the continent for work. And I don't know where he is right now. And I should imagine that there are many of you sitting at home tonight digesting this news, and you also have loved ones on the continent, in Urkistan, or Havia, or San Palmerino, or Konislava, which is where David was when I last spoke to him 3 days ago. So when I tell you I know how you are feeling tonight, believe me, I do. But I also know that there's a flow to events. I see it every day here. I know that although tonight it feels like we may be in a time of fear and darkness, we may actually be at the break of a new dawn. We don't know that yet. We can't know that yet, but together we will find out. And I will be here every night, feeling what you are feeling. And with your help, maybe we can all get to that brave new world. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out. Got people ringing around the telephone networks are overloaded.
Okay.
We'll find him.
Do we know exactly which cities were hit, or?
Megan. We will find him.
All right. Damn. Things are certainly ramping up. Can I not, like, save and continue? Is that not this screen? Oh, it's this one. Or save and quit? Oh, there it is. Alright, well, I think this is where we'll end it. I think we're going to be finishing this up tomorrow, but again, ending it here on a very important time where things are very, very much crumbling. Again, just fun time hanging out here. Not for broadcast. Not a lot of talking on my part. Can't really talk while also pay attention to everything. I am trying to listen, but obviously I can't even listen. So you guys are, like, you know, getting a lot more of it than I am, which is not a bad thing. Like, it's not like I feel like I'm not getting anything. It's just there's so much going on at all times. I definitely cannot pay attention to half the actual things being said. But it's a fun time, and you know, I'm enjoying it. So we'll come back tomorrow. We'll finish this up and see what ending I get, because there's a bunch of them. So see whichever one I get.